betting parlors is authorized by Supreme Ventures Racing and Entertainment Limited for the sole use of our licensees. Any reception, interception, retransmission, redistribution, or other use of the signal without the express written consent of Supreme Ventures Racing and Entertainment Limited is strictly prohibited and will be the subject of criminal prosecution and civil action. Any equipment or apparatus involved in such a use is subject to seizure and forfeiture under the law. Field in line for the first, immediately they're sent off, and Great Magnum last to go in, last to leave. Smoking Tom under a pump early now wants that lead and gets it narrowly. Black Ringo in the yellow racing on the outside. God of Thunder is 2 lengths in behind them. Control Aggression in between horses. Friends Connection out wide. Miracle Selection is the one racing right against the fence as they run toward the 6. There goes Great Magnum, now beginning to make some ground from the back of the pack. Friends Connection is fading, overtaken by the favorite Prince Zayden. Just in behind those, that's Knockstar, and a long way back to Lagertha last as they run passing the 5 and make their way toward the half mile and the turn for home. Smoking Tom attempting to go all the way, 2 lengths in front of Black Ringo chasing. God of Thunder now urged and asked to get closer. Miracle Selection is there. Great Magnum pulling right alongside. That's the grey and the pink now beginning to make some ground. The favorite Prince Zayden has a lot to do from that position. Just in behind them, 3 further lengths away, that's Control Aggression in the white and red. Friends Connection toward the back. A gap opening up to Knockstar, fading badly, and Lagertha has never been in it as they've left the 5/16th and will come into the top of the lane, and Smoking Tom continues to repel all challengers. Black Ringo in the yellow cap chasing, but needs to find 3, maybe even more. Great Magnum is kicking in on the outside, but still they have to catch Smoking Tom, and now the stick comes out in the right hand. It's Smoking Tom and Shaheem Gordon arriving at the furlong pole, still with a clear advantage. Great Magnum on the outside looks to be finishing best of the rest. Black Ringo just on the inside of that one, but it is Smoking Tom looking to go all the way, gate to wire, and Smoking Tom goes all the way to win it by maybe 4. Great Magnum is second. Black Ringo is third. Prince Zayden is fourth. Could be God of Thunder fifth, just over Control Aggression.
Often Racing, Successful Man steps a bit slow. Sprague sent through for that lead. Buttercup hounding on the outside. They head toward the 6, and it's Sprague and Buttercup just about a length behind that Chief Dissident, and a further 2 before we come to Successful Man. This is the order as they go past, heading toward the 5, and Buttercup marginally with that lead. Right on the inside, Sprague back at him. These 2 fighting for it. Then comes the pair of a Successful Man and a Chief Dissident. They've got 4 furlongs to travel and just about 2 lengths separating all 4 runners as they go toward the 3. Just on the inside, Sprague assumes that lead. Chief Dissident is going down dangerously on the outside. Buttercup backing out. Successful Man is asked for more as they go past the 3. And it is Chief Dissident and Sprague going for it. It's Sprague still in front of Chief Dissident. Watch Successful Man winding up and coming on the inside. Left out of it. That's Buttercup there at the top of the lane. And it is Sprague. Chief Dissident now joins and Chief Dissident going on from Sprague. Successful Man is launching an attack on the outside. It's now Successful Man and Chief Dissident. These 2 fighting for it, coming to the furlong pole. Successful Man now hits the front from Chief Dissident, who's trying to fight back. Sprague is also coming once again, but Successful Man begins to go away from them. Successful Man and Terrific Tevin Foster landing the second by about 3 lengths. Chief Dissident is second. Then comes Sprague, and just walking in, that's Buttercup.
for the third of 10. 5.5 furlongs, a quick sprint, they're off. What a Spun came off slowly, so too Olivia de Oro as the favorite. The Teacher grabs an early lead on the run past the 5. Any Means in close attendance, a length down. A break of some 4 or 5 lengths back to Comune Trece. Infinity Star racing with Olivia de Oro on the outside. Honey Brown races second from the back, and What a Spun remains last. The field all strung out as they go slipping past the 7/16th and run toward the 3, and it's the favorite, the Teacher, in control by some 2 lengths. Any Means tracking all the while, a break of maybe 8 lengths to making ground. Olivia de Oro, Comune Trece racing next against the rail. Infinity Star is in the pink. Just in behind those, that's Honey Brown, and What a Spun firmly planted at the back, but it's the Teacher continuing to lead the way. Inside the final 3/16th, Any Means now launching a charge on the outside. It's the Teacher in the all red. As they arrive at the furlong pole, Haladin becoming a busy man and keeping the Teacher going. Any Means continues to chase, but needs to find maybe 4 lengths inside the final 16th. It is the Teacher and Robert Haladin running away from them in the end to take the third easily by maybe 3 or 3.5. Any Means is second. Olivia de Oro is third. Comune Trece is fourth.
Often Racing, breaking smartly in the middle. That's Sensational Destiny, but Maybell has covered them already and is coming right across. The speedy Maybell is over on the far side, has that lead, leading the group toward the near side. That's Awesome Star. Swashbuckler is also in the mix, right under the fence and trying to come on. That's Gulfstream Cat. They're spread right across the track. Maybell in the middle, racing prominent along with Awesome Star. Swashbuckler just behind them. Over on the far side, that's Total Eclipse. Behind Total Eclipse, that's Sensational Destiny, but it is Awesome Star and Maybell. Awesome Star looks to have the lead as they come with just about a furlong and a half to travel. Awesome Star. Maybell is right there too, but it's Awesome Star in front trying to come on. That Swashbuckler. Awesome Star in front, and Awesome Star is flowing the coop, and Awesome Star begins to pull away and will win with ease. Awesome Star and devastating Ding Dawkins wins. Got tight for second, either Swashbuckler or Maybell back in fourth. That's Delta Gamma.
They're off. Indestructible and Gilroy come away on the far side. Posing already races in the center with a Blood Moon. Also showing some speed, that's a J. Spieth. Titan Tempo racing in behind the front rank. Alki Bolan is the one showing good dash. Ballistic Missile is right against the stand fence. Kem racing close enough if good enough at this stage. Great Wayne is also in a handy spot as they spread right across the course and make their way toward the final quarter. Alki Bolan is running in the middle of the racetrack. Ballistic Missile may just have that overall lead. Great Wayne shaken up now and asked to close, along with Kem in the blue cap, but Ballistic Missile is right against the stand fence. On the far side, Alki Bolan and Blood Moon, these two racers a team, but they run toward the final furlong. And over on the far side, Blood Moon is traveling strongly right against the stand fence. Here comes Kem with a kick. Also Titan Tempo running on, but it is Blood Moon who has the advantage from Titan Tempo. Alki Bolan has faded. Blood Moon gets there just ahead of Titan Tempo. Princess Catalia looks to have snuck through to get third. On the far side, Indestructible and Alki Bolan.
Now they're off and racing. Absolute Blue and Storm Valley rushing forward to go for that lead as No Surrender misses it as they go past the five. It's Absolute Blue in front. Mo Aviator coming down on the outside. Then comes Excuse Me Goodbye. Out wide, that's Don Almighty. Sandwiched in between horses, that's JJ Warrior. Then comes Storm Valley backing out of it. XY Soul comes next. Then comes Kai on the go. 4 or 5 lengths before we come to Big Man Biden. Another 8 or so before we come to No Surrender and Senior Kwanzi racing at the back of the field. Absolute Blue. Absolutely tearing away as they come at the top of the lane. Absolute Blue says, catch me if you can. Just under 2 furlongs to travel. Don Almighty is set alight. Also coming on, that's JJ Warrior right against the rail. That's Excuse Me Goodbye. It's Absolute Blue trying to tell this field Tata coming to the furlong pole with a commanding looking leader. About 6 or 7. Running on for second. That's Don Almighty. Absolute Blue in front. Don Almighty cutting into the margin, but Absolute Blue looks to have done enough. It's Absolute Blue and Garving Harris. Absolute Blue is absolutely fantastic this afternoon. About 5 lengths. Absolute Blue beats Don Almighty. Then comes JJ Warrior. Got tied for fourth. Maybe XY Soul or Excuse Me Goodbye. Now they're off and racing. Absolute Blue and Storm Valley rushing forward to go for that lead as No Surrender misses it as they go past the five. It's Absolute Blue in front. Mo Aviator coming down on the outside. Then comes Excuse Me Goodbye. Out wide, that's Don Almighty. Sandwiched in between horses, that's JJ Warrior. Then comes Storm Valley backing out of it. XY Soul comes next. Then comes Kai on the go. 4 or 5 lengths before we come to Big Man Biden. Another 8 or so before we come to No Surrender and Senior Kwanzi racing at the back of the field. Absolute Blue. Absolutely tearing away as they come at the top of the lane. Absolute Blue says, catch me if you can. Just under 2 furlongs to travel. Don Almighty is set alight. Also coming on, that's JJ Warrior right against the rail. That's Excuse Me Goodbye. It's Absolute Blue trying to tell this field Tata coming to the furlong pole with a commanding looking leader. About 6 or 7. Running on for second. That's Don Almighty. Absolute Blue in front. Don Almighty cutting into the margin, but Absolute Blue looks to have done enough. It's Absolute Blue and Garving Harris. Absolute Blue is absolutely fantastic this afternoon. About 5 lengths. Absolute Blue beats Don Almighty. Then comes JJ Warrior. Got tied for fourth. Maybe XY Soul or Excuse Me Goodbye.
They're off. Time Bomb gets away on the far side. Prince Daniel showing some early speed. Bossy Girl is being tacking across in the center. As they sort themselves out and make their way running toward us, Roman Princess is showing good early dash and may already have that lead just ahead of a Bossy Girl. Sweet Burn in the yellow cap racing in behind them. The first time runner, Native Alliance, is right against the stand fence, but they've got to catch Roman Princess. Inside the last quarter, Roman Princess turning the power on and slipping away from them, being chased all the while by Sweet Burn. Bossy Girl is in a handy spot if good enough, but Roman Princess is traveling powerfully, leaving the furlong pole behind. Arriving at the final 16th, it is Roman Princess and Garvin Harris. He's looking for a double. He's going to get it. Roman Princess and Garvin Harris win by 5 or more. Sweet Burn is second. Tight. Could be Time Bomb just over Bossy Girl. They're off for the Alexander Hamilton Memorial Trophy. Provident and Supernatural Power break at the back of the field. They charge down toward the final six, and Fun Khan Dunn has grabbed that lead. Zulu Warrior in close attendance. Wall Street Trader forming the line of three. A break of 2 lengths back to Provident, and Supernatural Power held up just the trailer as the small field make their way down the back stretch. They're about to arrive at the 5. Maybe 5 lengths separates them all, and Zulu Warrior shows on that lead. Fun Khan Dunn, 3 parts of a length down on the rail. Supernatural Power now unleashed and beginning to gain as they make their way into that final half of a mile. They're into the turn for home, and Supernatural Power and Radish Roman now assume the lead. Wall Street Trader trying to stay with her. Zulu Warrior fades back in third. Fun Khan has backed out into fourth spot, and Provident races at the back, but they've left the 3/8 and make their way passing the 5/16, and it is the filly Supernatural Power who holds the advantage. Wall Street Trader now launching an attack in the red silks down against the rail. Here is Fun Khan wound up on the outside. Supernatural Power in a battle royale. Wall Street Trader on the rail. Fun Khan kicking in on the outside. Fun Khan and Supernatural Power continue the duel inside the final furlong. Fun Khan just the leader. Supernatural Power and Radish Roman attempting the fight back. It is Fun Khan battling Supernatural Power. The bobbleheads have gone by. Could be Fun Khan just over Supernatural Power, but it's close. Then Wall Street Trader, Zulu Warrior, and Providence.
Often Racing, that's a beautiful line. As wanting that lead in the middle, that's Milas. And Milas now passes the 6 in front. It's Milas in front of Whiskey rushing down on the inside. Then comes a Rejected Raja. The 2 lengths away to Kwaku. Also coming on, that's the head cornerstone. Then comes a Sunny T and Chippy as they go past the 5. Press Conference comes next, and racing at the back of the field, that's Sir John. They head toward the 4 furlong point, and it is Whiskey and Milas mixing it up. Whiskey margin as the leader from Milas, about 3 lengths before we come to making progress. That's the head cornerstone. Then comes Rejected Raja. Press Conference is coming on too. Also there, that's Kwaku. And racing at the back of the field is Sir John. They're coming at the 2.5 furlong point, and it's Whiskey on the inside with that lead. Here comes on the outside, that's the head cornerstone. It's Whiskey in front of the head cornerstone. It's Whiskey in front of the head cornerstone. Sanity and Chippy begins to pick them up. They're coming to the furlong pole. It's Whiskey still in front. Sanity and Chippy is right there too. Still there, the head cornerstone. It's Whiskey in front, trying to make short work of these. It's Whiskey in front. Sanity and Chippy keeps on coming. Whiskey under pressure from Sanity and Chippy. Whiskey hanging from Sanity and Chippy, and it's very close. Could be Whiskey just lasting over Sanity and Chippy. Then comes the head cornerstone, Kwaku, back and forth. Often Racing, missing the break, that's Family Feud. Rushing on the inside, that's Dark Swan. Dark Swan in front of last possession, Pretty Sassy rushing out wide. Then comes the Proudest Vision, Sparkling Fire. Native Flyer comes next. Then comes the Storm. Just on the outside, that's Attila also making progress. That's Treasure Isles. Then comes Jody's Fund, and racing at the back of the field, that's Family Feud. They head toward the 2.5 furlong point, and Dark Swan taking them along a merry clip, about 2 lengths in front of last position, chasing down on the outside and coming around. That's coming down fast. That's Pretty Sassy. Also out wide and coming on. That's Native Flyer, but it's Dark Swan still in front. Last possession trying to get to Dark Swan. Dark Swan tying up a bit as last possession comes on the outside. They're coming inside the final half of prolong, calling in the middle. Here comes a perfect vision, Proudest Vision now hits the front. Also coming on late. It's a it's a D Storm, but Proudest Vision beats D Storm. Then comes last possession, Dark Swan, and maybe Jody's Fun back in fifth.
Once again, a very good morning, racing fans. As Supreme Ventures Racing and Entertainment Limited welcome you to the Caymanas Park Racetrack and our off-track betting parlors. We have a look at the races. In today's first event, we offer high five wagering with a carryover in the high five in excess of $252,000. Reggae 6 begins race 1, single winner bonus in excess of $10 million. In the first event, scratch number 2, Lord of Ajalon. Lord of Ajalon is lame. Race 1, number 2, Lord of Ajalon, scratched, lame. Moving on to race 2, that's where the catch 9 begins with a single winner bonus in excess of $1.19 million. Race 3, quick 4 in play spot 8, begin there. Quick 4, single winner in excess of $229,000, play spot 8 in excess of $293,000. Race 4, that's where the early 5-star begins. It's a mandatory payout with a single winner bonus becoming a carryover, almost $1.8 million. In the fourth event, scratch number 7, Little Maggie. Little Maggie is lame. Race 4, scratch 7, Little Maggie, lame. Race 5, that's where the Twilight 6 begins, and we have a carryover in excess of $4.5 million. So carryover in the Twilight 6, race 5 in excess of $4.5 million. Race 6, that's where the high 5 and late 5-star begins. We have a high 5 on the start of the late 5-star. In the sixth event, we have 2 scratches. 8, Bad Bad Tanisha injured. 9, Starlight Princess also injured. Race 6, take out numbers 8, Bad Bad Tanisha injured. 9, Starlight Princess injured. Race 7, that's where the strike 4 begins with a single winner bonus in excess of $1.34 million. Scratch number 4, Bowmore. Bowmore is injured. Seventh event, take out 4, Bowmore injured. Race 8, that's where the late triple begins. Race 9 is the Trevor Slicer Simpson OD Trophy. Race 10 offers high 5 wagering. I'll be back with you along with Kevin when the real action begins. It's now time to go over to our racing analyst, Mr. Michael Kane, as he will attempt to assist you with your selections, hence allowing you to leave here with a bag of cash. Over to Michael.
A very good day to you, Thorpe Racing fans, and welcome once again to Caymanas Park, home of the Caribbean's #1 derby, home of the Caribbean's finest strawberries, and home of the Mukte Mile. We have 10 races in store for you today, and our feature is going to be the Trevor OD, make that the Trevor Slicer Simpson OD Trophy. That's going to be race number 9, the penalty on the card, a field of 7, the first 1.25 million, and that's an over the talons contest, so throws it up. An interesting looking dash, 1,000 meters round the trip there. We have a lot of carrots at the end of the stick today. There's a jackpot in the Regular 6 of 10.6 million plus. There's a mandatory payout in the early 5-star over 1.7 million, almost 1.8 million. And we have a carryover in the Twilight 6 of over $4.5 million. So indeed, this is the type of day that you should be gearing up yourselves for some big dividends. The first event, we're 43 minutes to go to post for the opening contest, and things are a little bit overcast, slightly windy as well. So we're looking forward to some very close finishes today. We had 2 close finishes yesterday. How about that finish in the feature, the Alexander Hamilton Memorial, where we saw former horse of the year, Fun Can Done, getting the better of Supernatural Power in a driving finish towards the wire. And in the subsequent event, there was just a whisker that separated Whiskey from Sunny and Chippy. So some close finishes yesterday, and we're looking forward to having just as closer finishes today indeed. The first event is where we kick off the Regular 6, $10.6 million in the jackpot, and that's always going to be worth your wager. We await the next mandatory payout date for the Regular 6, and the last mandatory payout date, we had a record net pool, $42.7 million. There was all of $20 million in that jackpot converted to a carryover, so we had a lot of action there. So let's see how far this jackpot will reach. Hopefully it can get to $20 million, and we have another big Regular 6 mandatory payout net pool. The first event, a field of 11 to go post, so it's scratch number 2. Lord of Ashland went down to a field of 10. This is for the claimant level, 500,000 down to 400,000, and they go a distance of 1,100 meters or 5.5 furlongs. The purse here is 790,000. Division 1 of this 500,000 sprint. The early favorite is at even money, and that's horse number 11, Golden Loyalty. You're getting 3-1 for number 10, General Chief, followed by 7-2 for number 8, Turn on the Light, and then you get 7-1 for number 3, Talona, followed by 8-1 for number 9, Papi Don, and then you get 8-1 as well. Now in a new flash in the betting, 8-1 number 3, Talona, 8-1 number 4, Skyreese, 8-1 as well for number 9, Papi Don, 9-1 the price there for number 5, Little Go We Think. So as you can see, the betting is spread right across the board among several runners. 18-1 for number 6, Linton Market, 19-1 number 7, Stick It On. So they're getting their fair share of support. The only horse that's neglected at the betting somewhat is number 1, Noble Monarch, at 39-1. 41 minutes to go to post. The betting will definitely tighten up closer to post. But right now, those are the market leaders. My idea of the best 4 includes 3 Talona, 5 Little Go We Think, 8 Turn on the Light, and 11 Golden Loyalty. 3, 5, 8, and 11. That's where I'm going in race number 1. My top choice is number 8, Turn on the Light. This one was a winner. It would last out on the 13th of December. Won quite easily to 7 3/4 clear in 110 and a 5th. Beating Tap It Good and Roger the Warrior. Reports of the break since December and races without attack. So the waiver claim option engaged by the connections here. Dane Dawkins picks up the mount for Trader Peter Numbasard. And the manner of victory by Turn on the Light last time out suggests that she can very well get the job done right away for her 2026 seasonal debut, and she's at odds of 70 to expect her to come down significantly by the time they're closer to post. Number 11, Golden Loyalty. This one is her favorite in the early wagering at 65 now, and this one was second last time out, beaten behind the ultra fit, game and consistent Tigray Express, who has struck up a sequence of wins at the 500,000 level. So Golden Loyalty led for the first 5 furlongs in that 6.5 furlong contest won by Tigray Express, and been beaten by Tigray Express second by a length and a half, is by no means anything to scoff at. So this one lost no mark in defeat there behind Tigray Express. Nothing of the caliber of Tigray Express, so to speak, present here, and as such, Golden Loyalty can definitely go one better. Nicholas Siebert rides for trainer Edward Walker and owner Connecticut. This one is your 6-5 favorite early in the wagering. Number 3 is Talona. This one has good speed. Radish Roman picks up the mount, and this Talona last time out going 5 furlongs here. John Post 1 showed good speed for most of the way before weakening to finish 5th. My 7 lengths on Captain Empress, Dream to Reality, and Design Diva. Talona now comes around the bend. Look for this one to before the place, and may very well be the one to catch. Number 5, Little Go We Think, should get a strong pace to chase here, and this one not necessarily the type that is as quick as the other speedsters here, but has a nice pace talking type of run, and once this one is close enough, should be good enough at the top of the lane to come with a decent enough effort to fight out the finish. Javelin Patterson riding here for trainer Rudolph Hardiel. Little Go We Think currently at odds of 9-1. I'm going 8-11, 3-5 as my order of preference for race number 1, and that's Turn on the Light to get the better of Golden Loyalty, Talona, and Little Grovy Thing. Reggae 6 with that jackpot of 10.6 million will definitely be worth your wager. Let's now take a look at my Reggae 6 ticket for the Sunday card. Starting off in race number 1 with the aforementioned quartet of interest, 3, 5, 8, and 11. Talona, Lindsay did make that Little Grovy Thing. Then Turn on the Light and Golden Loyalty. So that's 3, 5, 8, and 11 in race number 1. Race number 2, make it 4 and 6, Hooray Henry versus Passion and Beyond. Race number 3, make it 2, 3, and 5, StarQuest, Lockdown, and Bob the Builder, 2, 3, and 5. Race number 4, kindly note that number 7, Lil Maggie's a scratch, going here with 1 and 2, Midnight Runner versus My Eclipse. Race number 5, make it 1, 2, 4, and 5, Chesney, Never, Golden Lawyer, and Bubbling Brown Sugar, 1, 2, 4, and 5. And race number 6, the cash out leg of the Reggae 6. Kindly note that numbers 8 and 9 are non-runners. Bad Bad Tanisha and Starlight Princess, they are non-runners. I'm going to make a substitution here with the scratch of number 8. Bad Bad Tanisha, we're going to use number 1, Newspaper of Record, as the substitution there. So 1, 5, and 6 to close off my Reggae 6 ticket. 5,760 will get you that Reggae 6 ticket. And that should be a live ticket on the Sunday card. Best of luck, wagering or Reggae 6. On to race number 2, which kicks off the catch line. Minimum guarantee pay for your catch line is $500,000. We have over 1.19 million in the jackpot. That jackpot continues to increase, and the catch line sequence looks like the type of sequence that you may want to have a nice bet here. Just find 3 bankers, and if you can find 3 bankers, convert it to a $5 per bet, pick 6, and you should be in the running there. The second event is a maiden condition race running by 3 O's. They go a distance here of 6 furlongs or 1,200 meters. The purse is $1,50,000, and we have a field of 7, and these horses are not as exposed. We have a couple of them that has raced twice, and there's a debutant by the name of Medal of Gold, horse number 1, not really doing much at exercise. So we're going to look at the ones we have seen already, and those horses that look likely to be able to do something to get the job done here are Hooray Henry number 4 and Passion and Beyond number 6. Those are my best 2 in the stand-up. The other 2, Code Red and Red 32, those are going to be ones that should be able to earn their keep as well. Number 6, Passion and Beyond. Now, this Passion and Beyond really looked the part on debut. Really well built, nice specimen of a thoroughbred, and she is a very attractive looking filly. She is tall, she's well built, and she has far strides. Now, on debut, she went up at even money, and she ran green in the early stages of the contest, trailed in 6th by 12 lengths at a half mile, came to the quarter post, still last by 12 lengths, and then she got going with a 4.5 to run, and was second by 11 lengths behind her stablemate, who was in front from the word go, Another Wow. And in the end, Another Wow was first by 8.5 lengths, and this Passion and Beyond was second by 8.5 lengths. Of course, in turn, was 2.5 lengths clear of Word 32. Now, after the race, I made an observation, well, I made a statement that this Passion and Beyond is my Oaks horse. This is my horse for the Oaks. Once that stage of the season gets there and the connections up between the Derby and the Oaks, depending, of course, on how advanced Passion and Beyond will be by that time of the season. And if this horse, it goes into the Oaks, I think that she's going to be the winner of the Oaks. Now, that statement appeared to have sparked some interest all around the different circles, and I said, wow, I even heard it on the radio. Somebody called it on Omega Sports and was drawing a line on that statement, and I said, well, yes, this is what I want to hear. Now, it seems as if the classic season is going to be very exciting and entertaining, because Another Wow won by 8.5 lengths, beating Passion and Beyond. And I'm telling you that Passion and Beyond is a better horse than Another Wow, and that should come to fruition sometime later on this season. So this Passion and Beyond, she's bred in the purple out of the Blue Pepsilon Dam, Above and Beyond. That was a classic winner, Above and Beyond. Of course, you know, horses such as Further and Beyond also come to mind, and Further and Beyond, of course, a former horse of the year. So this Passion and Beyond, based on her performance on debut, appears as if she would require a bit more distance of ground. This time around, though, she's cutting back by half a furlong. And the fact is that her stablemate had more experience on her side. That was Another Wow. Another Wow just used that experience, went to the lead, and that was that. But this Passion and Beyond looks to be one that has a lot more scope to improve. And as the distance gets longer, Passion and Beyond will get better. And I'm going to make a note of this one for the upcoming longer distance races for the classic prep season and indeed for the classics as well, such as, of course, the 1,000 guineas. And indeed, we have the Oaks as well, of course. You have the Derby and you have the St. Leger. So this Passion and Beyond is my idea of one of the better looking fillies physically that we have seen so far. And I have high expectations of her, and I'm quite sure that the connections have high expectations of her as well. So Passion and Beyond, Radish Roman maintains the mount here for Anthony Nunes. We'll have second time Lasix, blinkers on tongue tie on again. And Passion and Beyond, once she can get away from the starting gate in better order than she did on debut, and once she has progressed off that debut effort, and if she is closer at the half mile towards the 3 furlong point, I suspect that Passion and Beyond can definitely get the better of these. The 4-horse, Hooray Henry, he showed good speed on debut, chased Minnehaha for a long way in that 5-round contest, eventually finished up third by 7.5, and Minnehaha was a 6th winner. The Meister was second. The Meister came back disappointed as favorite when next in town, but Hooray Henry should also report improved for that debut effort. Has second time Lasix, visors now fitted. Dane Dawkins picks up the mount once again. Hooray Henry could be the one to catch. Code Red number 2, third by 10.25 lengths to Manality Majestic over the straight course. That has 4 furlongs straight in 47.3. He should be able to step up a place here. And the number 3, Red 32, has raced 4 times, 2 third place efforts. Stephen Foster rides for Turnagir Griffiths and Philip Hazard. Look for Red 32 to be able to acquit himself well here also. It's a field of 7, so chances are he'll earn a share of this $1,050,000 purse. I'm going for number 6, Passion and Beyond, to get the better of number 4, Hooray Henry, then number 3, Red 32, and number 2, Code Red. Catch 9 kicks off in the second event. Let's now take a look at my Catch 9 ticket for the Trevor Simpson OD card. Starting off in race number 2 with that pair, 4 and 6, Hooray Henry and Passion and Beyond, 4 and 6. Race number 3, banking number 3, Lockdown. Race number 4, please note that number 7, Little Maggie, is a scratch. Race 4, make it 1 and 2, Midnight Runner and My Eclipse. Race number 5, make it 1, 2, 4, and 5, Chesney, Never, Golden Lawyer, and Bubbling Brown Sugar. Race number 6, please note that numbers 8 and 9 are not runners, Bad Bad Tanisha and Starlight Princess. Make the numbers here 1, 5, and 6, making a substitution in the scratch of number 8, Bad Bad Tanisha, using number 1. Newspaper of record 1, 5, and 6. Race number 7, please note that number 4, Balmore, is a scratch. Race 7, scratch number 4, Balmore. My original numbers 0, 3, 4, and 7. Given the scratch of Balmore, we're going to do a substitution here and say 2, 3, and 7. So my 4th choice, Big Buzz, now going to take this one to substitute Balmore, who is a scratch. So 2, 3, and 7, the revised numbers there for race number 7. Race number 8, Make It, 3 and 6, Great Trick versus Green Gold Rush. Race number 8, 3 and 6, Great Trick versus Green Gold Rush. Race number 9, the Trevor Slicer Simpson OD Trophy. Banking number 5, She's That Girl. And race number 10, the catch out leg of the Catch 9. Make it 1, 3, and 10. Bold Move, First Offense, and Conundrum 1, 3, and 10. 4,320 will get you my Catch 9 ticket. And the jackpot, 1.19 million, minimum guarantee paid 500,000. That should be worth your wager. Best of luck wagering or Catch 9 on the Sunday card. On to race number 3, which begins our quick 4 and the play spot 8. Both have a minimum guarantee paid of $250,000. The play spot 8 jackpot is approaching 300,000, and the quick 4 jackpot is approaching $250,000. We have a field of 7. They go a distance of 1,500 meters or 7.5 furlongs. And this race number 3 is a restricted allowance for native bred 4 years and up, non-winners of 3, and importees 4 years and up. Non-winners of 2, the purse 780,000. My best 4 includes 2 Star Quest, 3 Lockdown, 5 Bob the Builder, and 7 Fearless Mission. 2, 3, 5, 7. That's where we should get our winner. Exacta. Hopefully we can get the trifecta as well from those numbers. Number 3 is Lockdown. This one trailed by a wide gap. Last time out going 8 furlongs and picked up the pieces when it turned for home. Passed the half mile 6 by a distance, but then swooped down on the leaders, third by 2 1/4 at the quarter pole, third by a length and a quarter at the furlong pole, finished up second by a length and a half, making rapid headway there behind Pretty Brown Ting. The distance now, half a furlong shorter. Tevin Foster picks up the mount, replacing Emilia McLean, and this Lockdown, if not too far away, passing that half mile. This time around, he should be good enough to come out on top here. Bob the Builder ran on to be a strong second among $1.5 million claimers. Whiskey was the winner, going 127.447 furlongs. We saw Whiskey winning yesterday by a whisker in an all-out drive, going 6.5 furlongs at the $1.5 million level. So this Bob the Builder, having raced at the open level at the $1.5 million level among multiple winners, now comes back among restricted age group company, and that should make his chances that much more enhanced. Champion jockey Radish Roman rides for Adrian Prince and ONS Racers of ONS Stackroom fame, and ONS Stackroom really have done a marvelous job with that Whiskey, and indeed Whiskey stepped up from 700,000 last year and went right up to the highest claiming level, 1.5 million, and had multiple wins. So Bob the Builder now races for ONS Racers for the first time, and you know what to expect when ONS Racers brings a horse to the races for the first time. And of course, ONS Racers of ONS Stackroom fame, where all of the lovely supplements are there to give the horses, and these horses really respond well to the conditioning of Adrian Prince and ONS Racers and ONS Stackroom. So look for a big run here from Bob the Builder. He should be right there at the finish. StarQuest number 2 threw a clinker last time out, quite understandably as well. As I pointed out, going into that race, he was racing for 21.5 furlongs in 3 weeks. He raced on the 31st of January, going 7.5 furlongs, second by 2 lengths to Prince Roy. Came back a week later on the 7th of February and was second by length, going 6 furlongs. That was behind Miss Grove. And then the following week, so after 13.5 furlongs, came back the following week on the 14th of February to go a mile. 21.5 furlongs in 21 days, and that was asking too much from StarQuest. And StarQuest, understandably, 6 by 30.5 lengths through a clinker there. Has been nice refreshing by champion trainer Jason Acosta, and he should be well poised for a much better effort. And based on those 2 run-up efforts prior, we should see StarQuest fighting out the finish here. He will be bang in contention. Of the others, number 7, Fearless Mission, appears to be the one that could step up to the plate here. Has been racing against some useful horses. Second behind Rocket Fire Seb. That was 3 started back, albeit in August. Then came back in October, third by 3.5 lengths to H2. Another importee, Don Crazy, was second. And this Fearless Mission was 3 lengths in a race to Don Crazy. Don Crazy has improved leaps and bounds since. So based on those 2 efforts, we could very well see Fearless Mission running a pleasing race here for her seasonal debut. Going here for number 3, Lockdown, to get the better of number 5, but only just over number 5, Bob the Builder, then number 2, StarQuest, and number 7, Fearless Mission. On to race number 4 begins our early 5-star. Early 5-star has a mandatory appeal today. We have just under $1.8 million in the jackpot, automatically converted to a carryover. So this is going to be a must-bet item on the card, and indeed, the early 5-star. Will be worth their wager today. Race number 4 is a restricted allowance, 5 for nature bred, 4 years old up, nuns of 2, and imported maidens. They go a distance of 1,100 meters or 5.5 furlongs. The purse here is 750,000. Scratch number 7, Little Maggie. We're down to a field of 6. Of this field of 6, my best 4 includes 1 Midnight Runner, 2 My Eclipse, 4 Blind Vengeance, and 5 Skeleton. 1, 2, 4, 5. That's where we should get our winner exacta and our trifecta. Midnight Runner, 5th by 9.5 lengths last time. Well, that was at 8 furlongs. Appears to be the type that can sprint with these. Tyrese Addis picks up the mount for Adrian Prince and ONS Racers. Just told you about ONS Racers and ONS Stackroom. And indeed, they have back-to-back runners here in race 3, Bob the Builder, and in race number 4, Midnight Runner. How about Whiskey's win yesterday in that driving finish to the wire? So this Midnight Runner should have something to offer today. Went a mile 3 shots back, was third by 4 3/4 lengths to Pretty Brown Thing and Roaring Kitty. Has been third, going 7.5 furlongs. That third came by length behind Alchemy of Souls and Khaleesi. So hasn't really been totally proven sprinting, but he could really step up to the plate here in this field of 6. Number 2, My Eclipse. This one was fought last time out to Star Aurora, You're My Sweetie, and Secret Sensation. That was on the 28th of February. Star Aurora came back. Well, actually, will be running again today. So this one comes back to run today. And we have You're My Sweetie, who also has run well since. So look for My Eclipse with the figure now fitted by trainer Alfred Brown, 2-time champion apprentice. O'Shane Nugent, more popularly known as Johnny, picks up the mount. So expect some improvement here from My Eclipse. Blind Vengeance number 4 ran well enough to win last time out when released the maiden tag. Did it in 1:10 to a slow time for 5.5 furlongs, but beat You're My Sweetie and Life is Light. Marshall Porter picks up the mount for trainer Colin Ferguson. Look for Blind Vengeance to show some improvement here. Steps up to numbers of 2 for the first time. And Skill Times number 5 has been steadily catching the pace of the level. 2 attempts at numbers of 2, has finished 4th on both occasions. 4 by 4 3/4, going 4 straight to Bangarang, Legal Fight, and Bubbling Warrior. And next in town, going 5 furlongs straight, 4 by 9 3/4 lengths behind altogether. Never Nebuchadnezzar, and Native Flyer. Look for Skittle Times to be finishing fairly effectively, coming from just off the pace. Richie Shakes rides for the captain, Marlon Brown. Skittle Times, one to be kept on the right side for all or exotics. I'm going for number 1, Midnight Runner, to get the better of number 2, My Eclipse, then 4, Blind Vengeance, and 5, Skill at Arms. On to race number 5, which starts our carryover Twilight 6, over $4.5 million in that carryover. Minimum guarantee period, of course, $3 million. So this is going to be one of those big ticket items on the card as well. A field of 8 declared to go posters. They go a distance of 1,400 meters or 7 furlongs. And this is a restricted allowance 5 for native bred 5 years and up, nuns of 2, and importees 5 years and up maidens. The purse here is $720,000. Off the field of 8, my best 4 to kick off the Twilight 6 includes 1, Chesney, 2, Never, 4, Golden Lawyer, and 5, Bubbling Brown Sugar. 1, 2, 4, 5 appear to be the right numbers here for race number 5. The one that comes out on top for me is number 4, Golden Lawyer. Has good form to recommend. Third by 2.5 lengths last time out behind Spraga and Chesney. 2 starts back second by 3/4 of a length behind Captain Fantastic, going 5.5 furlongs. And now gets a trip of 7 furlongs to work with. Last time out was at 7 furlongs. Then Dawkins picks up the mount for Philip Lee, and Golden Lawyer appears to be the one that should be able to come out on top here. Other horses of interest, we have Chesney number 1, not quite consistent. This one has a tardy habit at the start, sometimes runs really wide at the top of the lane. So it's left to be seen which Chesney is going to turn up today. If the right Chesney turns up, she can definitely get the job done. Philip Parker tried to Stephen Todd and owner Black Brother. Number 5 is Bubbling Brown Sugar, also quite inconsistent. This is another imported maiden. Demar Williams, the champion apprentice, picks up the mount for Inform Ryan Darby. Visor off, tongue tie off, so equipment change here. Lasix removed as well. So this one could be dehydrated after the administration of Lasix. That's normally the reason why you would remove Lasix. So let's see if the removal of Lasix will positively impact the performance of this Bubbling Brown Sugar. Has been there about the last 3 starts, 4 by 3.5 lengths of Spraga, Chesney, and Golden Lawyer. So there's a rematch here among these horses, Spraga, Chesney, and Bubbling Brown Sugar, as well as Golden Lawyer. So look for a good run here. Good enough run is expected from this Bubbling Brown Sugar. But based on the inconsistency of both Bubbling Brown Sugar and Chesney, I've opted for Golden Lawyer. The other horse of interest is number 2, Never. This one has had sound issues, did not finish with last out on the 6th of December, and clearly would have had enough time to be sorted out by the professor, Patrick Lynch, and Tevin Foster is called to ride. So the choice of rider tells us that this Never could be ready to give a brave effort. Tongue has been taken off, figure it has been fitted. Whenever you see trainer Patrick Lynch change equipment, take a closer look. So Never, despite not finishing with last out, we're going to keep this one on the right side. Has been cited at exercise, canted for 9 furlongs, canted for 8 furlongs. So whatever the lameness issues were would have been straightened out, as this one has been quite consistent at exercise. Going here for number 4, Golden Lawyer, to get the better of number 1, Chesney, then 5, Bubbling Brown Sugar, and 2, Never. Twilight 6, carry over, 4.5 million. That's going to be something to go after today. Let's go take a look at my Trevor Simpson OD Twilight 6 ticket. Starting off in race number 5 with the aforementioned quartet of interest of 1, 2, 4, and 5. Chesney, Never, Golden Lawyer, and Bubbling Brown Sugar. Race number 6, please note that numbers 8 and 9 are non-runners. Bad Batanisha and Starlight Princess make it 5, 1, 5, and 6. So doing that substitution once again, have that substitution on my regular 6, on my catch time, and on my Twilight 6. In place of number 8, Bad Batanisha, we're using number 1, Newspaper of Record. So make it 1, 5, and 6. Race number 7, please note that number 4, Balmore, is a scratch. We're going to maintain that substitution once again, using number 2, Big Boss, in place of number 4, Balmore. So the numbers are going to be 2, 3, and 7. Big Boss, Danka, and Miss Moneypenny. Race number 8, make it 3 and 6, Great Trick, and Green Gold Rush. Race number 9, the Trevor Slicer Simpson OD Trophy, make it 1 and 5, Bulletproof Coffee, and She's That Girl. And race number 10, the cash out leg of the Twilight 6 with that $4.5 million carryover, going to go 1, 2, 3, 7, and 10. Bold Move, Loyal Action, First Offense, Yorkist, and Conundrum, 7,200. That will get you my Twilight 6 ticket, and that will be worth your wager. Going after $4.5 million in carryover money, plus, of course, new money wagered. And don't forget, the minimum guarantee period is $3 million. So this is indeed a must bet. On to race number 6, which starts off the late 5-star. Remember, today we have a mandate to appear to the early 5-star, just under $1.8 million in that jackpot converted to a carryover. Make sure that you get in on the action there with the early 5-star. That begins in race number 4, so the sequence there, races 4 through 8, and the late 5-star begins in race number 6, races 6 through 10. Scratch numbers 8, Bad Bad Tanisha, and 9, Starlight Princess. We're down to a field of 8. These are maidens, fiddles and maids only. It's a maiden condition race for native bred 4 years and up. The purse is 730,000. They go 1,100 meters or 5.5 furlongs. My best 4 includes 1 newspaper of record, 5 Shan Shan, 6 reportable fence, and 7 Moonlight Song. 1, 2, make that 1, 5, 6, 7. That's where we're going in race number 6. Number 6 is reportable fence, continues to be well bet. Even money last time out, 2 started back, 1 to 2, 3 started back, 3 to 5. Today will be the favorite once again. For the portrait rides for Stephen Todd, and we are seeing equipment change, tongue tie off, figured off. This one has a tendency to be lagging behind early, but doesn't have much to beat here. And I'm expecting reportable fence to get rolling early enough to get there in time. Shan Shan, third by just 3/4 of a length last time out behind the upset winner, Boss Lady Janet. Army Recruit was second. Shan Shan came on late. Blinkers now fitted. Tevin Foster picks up the mount once again. He's aboard for the 6th consecutive occasion, riding for trainer Adrian Prince and owner Shrine Connection. So Shan Shan, this one being persevered with by Tevin Foster. So this one also has to be kept on the right side. Newspaper of record, a tardy starter. She's drawn post position 1. Doesn't have much speed, but has a good late turn of foot. If the speed goes too fast, too early, and cracks inside the final furlong and a half, newspaper of record could be finishing fast enough to catch up with the leaders. And of the other horses, number 7, Moonlight Song. This one has been showing consistent speed. Has raced 6 times and has been vying for the lead, passing a half mile, 5 out of 6. Also vying for the lead at the quarter pole in multiple races as well. And at the furlong pole also very close up. So one thing's for sure, Moonlight Song will be forward to place here. Javon Prince, the apprentice, picks up the mount, and he replaces Jerome Innes, riding here for trainer Patrick Fong and owner breeder Maxine A. Johnson. Look for this Moonlight Song to be the one to catch. An interesting looking 6th event to kick off the late 5-star. I'm going for number 6, reportable offense, to get the better of number 5, Shan Shan, then 1 newspaper of record, and 7 Moonlight Song. On to race number 7, which begins our strike 4 minimum guarantee period of $500,000. Scratch number 4, Balmore. We're down to a field of 6. It's a restricted allowance 3 for native bred 4 years and up, nuns of 4, and importees 4 years and up, nuns of 3. The purse is 820,000. My best 4 includes 2 Big Boss, 3 Danka, 6 Raz Treasure, and 7 Miss Moneypenny. 2, 3, 6, and 7. Miss Moneypenny threw a crinkle last time out, went 6 by 18.5 lengths behind Danka, Miss Grove, and Big Buzz. Both Danka and Big Buzz are present here. Miss Grove is not in the event. So both Danka and Big Buzz are present here. So they're in a rematch. Miss Moneypenny, Big Buzz, and Danka. And that run by Miss Moneypenny on last was too bad to be true. So I'm willing to draw a line through that last run by Miss Moneypenny. Too bad to be true. Prior to that was second by 7.5 lengths to Phenomenal Power. Impressive importee in 106.3, going 5.5 furlongs. Prior to that, she threw a clinker, going 7 furlongs, 8 by 22.5 lengths. So based on this XOXO pattern, for the last 3 races of Miss Moneypenny, runs poor, runs well, runs poor. The pattern suggests that she'll run well today. Robert Hardball Haldane picks up the mount for Jason Acosta. And this Miss Moneypenny showed good early promise. She won her first 2 races as a 2-year-old, but had setbacks along the way and took a little while to get back to good form. And that good form came last season when she was a runner-up here behind another one, going 5 straight in 58.1, was a runner-up again, this time around behind Mighty Gully in 106.3, going 5.5 furlongs. And then she won by half a length, going 6 furlongs, beating Lockdown and Mighty Gully. So Miss Moneypenny has the capabilities of showing this field the way home. And once she bounces back to her competitive self and she gets away from the starting gate in good order, she should be able to lead these and show them the way home. Danka will clearly have a great say here. Danka won last time out, going 5 furlongs straight at 6-1, beating Miss Grove and Big Boss, and also beat Miss Moneypenny in the process, but was disqualified for causing interference with Miss Grove. Has continued to work well. On the 7th of March, went 4 furlongs straight in 47 flat by a minute flat. So Danka has Tajay Sekou maintained the mount for the 6th consecutive occasion. He was aboard when disqualified on that, so he'll want to make amends here Danka clearly has a great chance. Big Boss number 2, 4x10 lengths last time out to American Aviator with Jamin and Modigan Man. 2 starter back was served by 2 3/4 length in that same Danka Miss Grove event. That was over 5 furlongs straight. Can come around the bend as well. Look for a big enough effort here from Big Buzz. Big Buzz should have a strong pace to chase when Danka, Miss Moneypenny, mix it up front. That could pave the way for Big Buzz to be strongest at the finish. Ranch Shredder should also benefit from a strong pace ahead of him. He was a winner last time up by a neck, going 5.5 furlongs, beating Miss Grove and Global Pursuit. The same Miss Grove that was a runner behind Danka when last. Also, these horses should be very close to each other as far as their ability is concerned. Raz Treasure, Danka, Big Boss, Miss Moneypenny. So this race is the type of race that should come right down to the wire. Prince Roy likely will be outsped, going 5.5 furlongs among these, and Thousand Treasures number 1 should also suffer a similar fate. Going for number 7, Miss Moneypenny, to bounce back to competitive ways and win, but only just over number 3, Danka, then number 2, Big Boss, and 6, Ralph's Treasure. On to race number 8, which begins our late triple. Minimum guarantee period is 400,000. A field of 8 declared to go postwards. And this is for the claiming level, 350 down to 250,000. No optional claiming allowed. The purse is 700,000. They go 1,400 meters or 7 furlongs. My best 4 for race 8 includes 1, Let Him Fly, 3, Great Trick, 6, Green Gold Rush, and 8, K-Boy. 1, 3, 6, 8. That's where we'll go in race number 8. Green Gold Rush tumbles down the claiming ladder. Race for 500,000 and that was claimed for 500,000 on the 1st of March and steps down to 350. So 150,000 less than being claimed for. Hence, the connections must be serious about winning. 57 kilos away, Tevin Foster picks up the mount for the 4th consecutive occasion. And Green Gold Rush gets a vote here, 57 kilos and all. Great Trick should be thereabouts as well. Shaheem Gordon had a double yesterday, book-ended the card, opened the card with Spoken Tom, closed the card with Proudest Vision, 21-1. And Spoken Tom won the first event at maybe 5-2 or 3-1. So he's in good form, Shaheem Gordon, and he should have Great Trick in good stead here as well. Of the others, it looks to be Grab Bag, number 8, K-Boy. I was third last time up by 7.25 lengths. Always Wright and Wilson. Tongue tie now fitted by Trina Ray Phillips. Demar Williams picks at the mount. Look for a good run here from K-Boy. And then we go further down the card to number 1, Let Him Fly. No, Let Him Fly won back-to-back races, June and August last year, but has been away from the races since August, so clearly claimed on the 1st of August for 350,000, and you don't claim a horse in August and not run until March the following year. So clearly has setbacks since, and it's left to be seen how fit and how sound Let Him Fly will be. Not seen it exercise any at all, so soundness a major issue here for Let Him Fly. Going for number 6, Green Gold Rush to get the better of number 3, Great Trick, then 8, K-Boy, and 1, Let Him Fly. On to race number 9, the feature, the Trevor Simpson OD Trophy. An overnight allowance contest for 3 and up with a purse of 1.25 million. They go 1,000 meters round or 5 furlongs round. My best 4 for the Trevor Simpson OD Trophy includes 1, Bulletproof Coffee, 2, Huntsman, 5, She's That Girl, and 6, Teflon Don. 1, 2, 5, 6. That's where we'll go in race number 9. Number 5 is She's That Girl. This one was an impressive winner last time out. Set a fast pace going 5.5 furlongs. 23-1, 35 flat, 47-2, 1 minute and a fifth, stop clock in 106.4, won by 5.5 lengths, beating Cookie Day and Night and Huntsman. Did it with 48.5 kilos, so picks up lumps of weight, will race it 54 kilos after the 3 kilo claim of Tejay Sekou. So that sees this one picking up all of 5.5 kilos coming out of that last outing. So indeed, this is, well, actually that's going to be, yes, 5.5 kilos. So this is going to be just about 11-12 pounds heavier, but the way that she performed on that suggests that she should be able to carry the extra weight successfully. And Tejay Sekou, he knows how to ride her well, and her best running style is from in front. So look for She's That Girl to be put straight to the lead, and she's going to be the one to catch. Bulletproof Coffee has raced 17 times, 4 wins, 5 seconds, and 1/3. All 4 wins have been over the straight course. So this one is a straight specialist of some sort, but has run some useful races coming around the bend. Was 5th by 3 3/4 lengths last time out in the Ash Wednesday Trophy behind Wall Street Trader, All Machine, and Don Quasi. And 3 starter back went 5.5 furlongs, no bid, but was 6 by just 5 lengths to California Crown, Zulu Warrior, and Cookie Day and Night. And earlier in her form line, April last year went 5.5 furlongs, 5 by 7 lengths to Mahogany, Unbelievable Force, and Fearless Soul. So her round the bend efforts are fairly encouraging, but they don't stand out as well as her straight races. Jerome Innes, more popular known as Cranberry, picks up the mount for trainer Owen Sharp and owner Solomon Sharp of Solomon Sharp, chairman SVREL. Look for Bulletproof Coffee to be banking contention from the word go. Huntsman should benefit from strong pace ahead of him with the likes of Bulletproof Coffee possibly knotting up with She's That Girl, and that could pave the way for Huntsman to be in a striking position at the top of the lane, and Huntsman's usual honest effort to see him earning his keep once again. Demar Williams rides for trainer Gary Griffiths and owner Philip Azar. And number 6 is Teflon Don. Robert Haldane for Jason Acosta. This one won at overnight, going 6 furlongs in July, made all the running. Surprise speed that day, won in 1:15 flat, beating Cookie Day and Night and Mr. Senator. Since then, has been prominent alongside the likes of Bulletproof Coffee, and there's also Miniature Man. So Teflon Don, if he's able to bounce back to his form of July last year, he could very well fight out the finish. Worked well on the 7th of March. 5.5 furlongs is 108.4 by 102 and 4/5 of a second. Has 57 kilos to work with. Make Teflon Don one of the horses to try to pick up the chips if they fold in deep stretch. It's the Trevor Slicer Simpson OD Trophy, former 5-time champion jockey here at Caymanas Park. Trevor Duke Dap Slicer Simpson, also known as Sliced Bread. A large fan base does Trevor Simpson have here at Caymanas Park. And indeed, we honor Trevor Simpson OD today with the Trevor Slicer Simpson OD Trophy. Going for number 5, She's That Girl. To get the better of number 1, Bulletproof Coffee, then 2, Huntsman, and 6, Teflon Don. The 10th final will close the curtains here with a field of 11. Declare to go posters. They go 5.5 furlongs or 1,100 meters. This is for the 300 optional claiming level, 500,000 down to 400,000. We have native bred 600 up, nuns of 4 that can run without a tag. Also importees 600 up and native bred 500 up, nuns of 3. They can race without a tag as well. A field of 11. Declare to go postwards. My best 4 includes 1, Bold Move, 2, Loyal Action, 3, First Offense, and 10, Conundrum. 1, 2, 3, and 10 appear to be the right numbers here for race number 10. Bold Move tumbles down the claiming ladder, has raced at the $1 million level for his last 6 races. Last time out at the $1 million level on the 8th of February, 4 by 2.5 lengths, going 5 furlongs straight behind Emperor of the Cats, Fly Blue Jet, and Sash On. Down half price from $1 million to 500,000. Bold Move. All he has to do is turn up 85% of himself, and he will this comfortably. For the portrait rides for trainer Philip Elliott and owner the Roughneck, 57 kilos and all, blinkers and tongue tie off and all. Bold Move should be too good for these. Number 3 is First Offense, also fits quite well among these. Was claimed for 500,000 at last, but that was after stepping down from $1 million. Was claimed from $1 million on the 26th of December and came back a few days later for 500,000. So that's what you call us giving away 500,000 within less than a week. Third by 4 lengths at 4 to 5, going 5 straight behind Tap It Good and Papa Gray. So he's here on a $500,000 level without a tag, given that he was claimed more than 60 days ago. So this should be a very comfortable spot for First Offense. Jamar Jackson, more popularly known as Bad Juice, rides for older trader Carl Anderson. And First Offense, clearly, is going to have just as good a chance as Bold Move. These 2 horses appear to be far ahead of the others. Number 10 is Conundrum. Now, this Conundrum is quite consistent in performing. He has performed at the 700,000 level most of his last 10 races, so he'll be very comfortable among 500,000 claimers. Rashawn Lewis picks up the mount for Winchester McIntosh, and this one also reports first of the claim and the waiver claim option engaged as well. Claimed on the 1st of January, so has been away for more than 60 days, and that gives the Connections 2 chances to win with Conundrum. So identical conditions with First Offense is this Conundrum, and these 3 horses, Conundrum, First Offense, and Bold Move, appear to have the field over a barrel, so to speak. Another that's going to come in on this identical angle, claim for 500,000 and last, the races without a tag, so the waiver claim option engaged by the Connections of Loyal Action, horse number 2. Tevin Foster rides for Michael Marlon Newby Limited. This one, last race on the 26th of December, went 5 by 6 3/4 lengths to Burning Valor, Ruby's Night, and Linseed Market. has been working fairly well. Store 340 and 350 of a second on the 8th of March. So loyal action also must be kept on the right side. It's a very competitive looking 10th and final. Going here for number 1, bold move, but only just over number 3. First offense, then number 10, conundrum, and number 2, loyal action. That's the handicapping seminar for you today, and I sincerely hope that that analysis would have been a good enough guide for you when making your decisions and comprising your permutations. You saw my tickets, Reggae 6, Catch 9, and Twilight 6 tickets. Those tickets look live to me, and once we get some good runs today, and once we get some good prices coming in today, we could be on the receiving end of some very attractive dividends. Have a great day wagering Caymanas Park Racing right here at Caymanas Park, as well as all the OTBs island-wide, and also on the SV Games app wagering through MBet, and also on our overseas betting apps for our overseas-based fans, such as ExpressBet, NarrowBets, the Woodbine mobile betting platform, and also on FanDuel. Wherever you are, have a great day wagering Sunday racing at Caymanas Park.
And happy Sunday, and we're here with a nice wide open first race to get us kicked off today. A lot of betting is all over the place, but of note, number 10, General Chief, took some good bets earlier, open at $5, down to 350. General Chief getting some of the biggest attention at the fixed odds windows here compared to the rest. But a couple of others are getting attention, of course. Number 3, Tolona, currently at 210.5, little go thing at $4, 6 sorry, 8, turn on the light at 240, and the outside horse, number 11, Golden Loyalty, at 340, getting some attention as well. But the one of note here, General Chief, that was getting some good early attention from $5, now down to 350. And a little later on the program in race 4, My Eclipse, that one getting a lot of attention from early, open at $4, down to $2. It's Sunday and things are a little bit slow kicking off, so I'll update you further on any other early movers as we go forward. But that's it for now from the fixers with us. So good luck for race number 1.
So the runners are in the parade ring for the first event. This is where the Reggae 6 begins. Got a very nice jackpot bonus attached to the Reggae 6 in excess of 10.6 million. Reggae 6 pool on its way to 4.5 million. High five wagering offer there. We have a high five carryover in excess 252,000. High five pool approaching 350,000. And the rolling triple on its way to 700,000. Don't forget, we have the mandatory payout today on the early 5-star, which starts race number 4. Early 5-star in excess nearly 1.8 million. Nearly 1.8 million, the jackpot bonus carryover on the early 5-star. It starts race number 4. And don't forget, we're coming up in race number 5, Twilight 6. The carryover in the Twilight 6, a massive one, in excess 4.5 million. So get your wagers on here at Caymanas in the first. We have a high five carryover in excess 252,000. The pool approaching 350,000. Reggae 6 on its way to 4.5 million. And the rolling triple on its way to 700,000. And over at Simulcast, we have a mandatory payout today at Aqueduct. Mandatory payout at Aqueduct on the NY6, that's the Super 6, in excess 166,000. The jackpot bonus carryover. We also have carryover at Tampa Bay in the Super 6, 63,000 plus. Over at Gulfstream, uh, Super 6 carryover, 104,000 plus. And also in the Play Spot 8, 70,000 plus to carry over there. And over at Santa Anita later on, got a Super 6 carryover, nearly 40,000. So lots of goodies on simulcast. Lots of goodies here on live racing at Caymanas Park. Best of luck.
Horses take the track for the first. It's for 3-year-olds and up. It's an optional claiming event, 500,000 to 400,000 the tag. Also native bred 6-year-olds and up, non-winners of 4. And imported 6-year-olds and up and native bred 5-year-olds, non-winners of 3. This is Division 1, the distance 1100 meters or 5.5 furlongs. One Noble Monarch make the weight 52 kilos or 115 pounds. Scratch 2 Lord of Ajalon lame. 3 Tolona 53.5 or 118. 4 Sky Rizzy 54 or 119. 5 Little Grovey Thing 52.5 or 116. 6 Linstead Market 52.5 or 116. 7 Sticky Don 54 or 119. 8 Turn on the Light 54 or 119. 9 Pappy Don 53.5 or 118. 10 General Chief 51.5 or 114. 11 Golden Loyalty 54 or 119. Wagering on double event exacta, Quinella, trifecta, superfecta, high five, rolling triple. The high five has a carryover in excess of 252,000. It's on its way to 500,000. The Reggae 6 has a single winner bonus in excess of 10 million. Rolling triple on its way to 800,000. Reggae 6 on its way to 6 million. Get your wagers on. Runners make their way to post.
Hello again, Providence and fans, and welcome to Caymanas Park, home of the Caribbean's #1 derby for the Caribbean's finest thoroughbred and home of the Mooktail Mile. We have 10 races on tap for you today. Our feature is the TREVOR SIMPSON OD Trophy. That's going to be race number 9. A field of 7. It's an over the allowance contest of 3 up. The purse 1.25 million. And that looks to be a hot sprint on paper. Today, we have mandatory appearance in the early 5-star, just about $1.8 million in that jackpot converted or carryover. That begins in race number 4. And the Twilight 6 carryover of over $4.5 million. That kicks off in race 5. And of course, the Vegas 6 jackpot, $10.6 million. And that begins here in race number 1. Catch 9 also on the card there in race 2. Jackpot over $1.19 million. Horses on the way to the gate for race number 1. Scratch number 2, Lord of Atherton. We have a field of 10. And they go a distance here of 5.5 furlongs or 1,100 meters. It's for the claimant level, 500,000 down to 400,000. Top selection goes to horse number 8, Turn on the Light. One easy the last in town. That was December 2025. 5.5 furlongs was a trip, won by 7 3/4 lengths, beating Topic Good and Roger the Warrior. Looks nicely freshened for her seasonal debut. Dane Dawkins right to Peter Passard. Your 8-5 favorite, Turn on the Light, looks likely to come out on top. Number 11, Golden Loyalty, has good form to recommend as well. Beaten by Tigger Express, the informed Tigger Express on the 7th of February when making his seasonal debut. Second by length and a quarter, so lost no marks in defeat there. Nicholas Hebert picks up the mount for trainer Edward Walker. 3-1 for Golden Loyalty. Golden Loyalty was a 10 1/4 winner, 2 starts back at nuns of 3, beating All Is Right and Blitz Strike. Look for a big run here from Golden Loyalty. Number 3, Talona, has speed, should be forward to place. Radish Roman picks up the mount, and this one gets 3-1. Chances are Talona will be the one to catch. Number 5, Little Go Everything, comes in for good support at 4-1. Javelin Patterson picks up the mount here, and Little Go Everything should benefit from a decent enough pace, and once in striking position at the top of the lane, we could see Little Go Everything coming on in deep stretch. Make it 8-11-3-5 in race number 1. Turn on the Light over Golden Loyalty, Talona, and Little Go Everything. Reggae 6 pool is at 6.2 million, and climbing your early triple is approaching $1 million. You have a limited wagering time remaining. Get your wagers on, and best of fortune.
So they've closed up the front of the gate for the loading process race number 1, the early triple, nearly $1 million. So that's become the norm, the early triple. It's wise to wager the early triple, nearly $1 million wagered. And the Reggae 6 on its way to $7 million with a massive jackpot bonus in excess at $10.6 million. High 5 carry over there, 252,000, and that's fast approaching 700,000. Get your bets on. Loading up, about to start. Hurry to the windows and place your bet, and the best of luck.
Horses now loading. First one in, Noble Monarch, joined by Talona. Sky Rizzy comes into 4. Rider off Linstead Market as Sticky Don walks to 7. So Pappy Don lining up for 9. They're going to try with General Chief at 10. 6-1, support there. 5.5 furlongs, Division 1. Little Grovey Thing next at 5. We wait on Golden Loyalty, Linstead Market, and the favorite Turn on the Light, coming from the camp of the hot Peter John Passard, most improved trainer. Golden Loyalty is in. Trying with Linstead Market. The favorite comes in. That's turn on the light, field in line. 5.5 furlongs, the first of 10. Starter Michael Sims. He's ready. They're off for the first. An almost perfect start. Papidon left toward the back with General Chief in the early exchanges. Sky Rizzy moves up, Talona challenging already. Noble Monarch rushing up on the rail. Golden Monarch is the one racing out wide, followed by Linstead Market and Little Grovey Thing. 5 lengths separates that group. They've left a half mile and go spinning into that turn for home. Turn on the light is racing in behind horses, followed by General Chief the Grey, Sticky Don just a length down, and last of all it's Papidon as they've left the 3 and make their way toward the 5/16th on the top of the lane. Talona has now taken charge and enjoys a 2 or 3 length lead, being chased by Sky Rizzy. Golden Loyalty racing on the outside. Noble Monarch is racing in behind them. Linstead Market in the red cap now in behind the front rank, but it is Talona under a vigorous ride and the right hand stick. Sky Rizzy now comes a calling on the outside. That's where the battle is. The rider quickly changes the stick on Talona to the left hand and is asking for more, and Talona continues to cling on to the lead. Sky Rizzy ever getting closer inside the final 16th. It is Talona and Sky Rizzy. Talona and Sky Rizzy. Talona and Sky Rizzy drive to the line. Sky Rizzy beats Talona. Over on the rail, that's Little Grovey Thing racing out wide, the favorite. Turn on the light. General Chief is also in the fray. We have claims, we have claims. Number 3, Talona, 9 submitted, 1 void. Stedman Curtis for Albert Barrett. Stedman Curtis claims Talona for Albert Barrett. There were 4 claims submitted for number 5, Little Grovey Thing, 1 void. Oraldo Chin for Diamonds. Oraldo Chin claims Little Grovey Thing for owners Diamonds. 10, General Chief. 2 submitted, Donovan Plummer for Calvin MacLeod. 2 claims submitted for 10, General Chief, Donovan Plummer for Calvin MacLeod.
In the winners enclosure, the unofficial winner of race number 1, number 4, Sky Rizzy. 6-year-old chestnut horse by Tapilou, Who's Bossy by Who's Staying On, Red Market Parchment, owner Glendon Drummond, trainer Donovan Plummer, the winning rider, Shaheem Gordon, the groom Donovan Boyne. Second, number 3, Talona. A third, number 8, Turn on the Light. Fourth, number 5, Little Grovy Thing, and fifth, number 10, General Chief. Final time for 5.5 furlongs, 1:10.1.
They're off for the first. An almost perfect start. Papidon left toward the back with General Chief in the early exchanges. Sky Rizzy moves up, Talona challenging already. Noble Monarch rushing up on the rail. Golden Monarch is the one racing out wide, followed by Linstead Market and Little Grovy Thing. 5 lengths separates that group. They've left a half mile and go spinning into that turn for home. Turn on the Light is racing in behind horses, followed by General Chief the Grey, Sticky Don just a length down, and last of all it's Papidon as they've left the 3 and make their way toward the 5/16th on the top of the lane. Talona has now taken charge and enjoys a 2 or 3 length lead, being chased by Sky Rizzy. Golden Loyalty racing on the outside. Noble Monarch is racing in behind them. Linstead Market in the red cap now in behind the front rank, but it is Talona under a vigorous ride and the right-hand stick. Sky Rizzy now comes a calling on the outside. That's where the battle is. The rider quickly changes the stick on Talona to the left hand and is asking for more, and Talona continues to cling on to the lead. Sky Rizzy ever getting closer inside the final 16th. It is Talona and Sky Rizzy. Talona and Sky Rizzy. Talona and Sky Rizzy drive to the line. Sky Rizzy beats Talona. Over on the rail, that's Little Grovy Thing racing out wide, the favorite. Turn on the Light. General Chief is also in the fray. Result of the first, now official. Horses to the barn. 4, Sky Rizzy. 8, Turn on the Light. 4 and 8, both go to be tested. Splits 24, 49-1. Final time, 5.5 furlongs, 1:10.1. The margins are neck by a neck.
So the runners are in the parade ring for race number 2. Coming up next, the Catch 9, a very attractive Catch 9, a jackpot bonus carryover, nearly 1.2 million. The Catch 9 pool approaching 700,000 rolling triple on its way to 300,000. And don't forget, race number 4, that's where we start the early 5-star. Early 5-star mandatory payout today, nearly 1.8 million. That's the jackpot bonus carryover, expecting a massive pool. And race number 5, the Twilight 6, has a carryover as well, a massive one, in excess 4.5 million, and that should generate a lot of interest. Next mandatory payout at Caymanas will be the 29th of March, and it will be the Strike 4 mandatory payout on the Strike 4, so make sure you jot down that date. The 2026 Road to the Triple Crown starts here. The 32nd running of the Sir Howard Stakes for colts and geldings, and the 34th running of the Hotline Stakes for fillies on March the 21st of March, plus the official press launch of the 2026 Mute Mile. Don't miss the exciting announcement for the fifth staging, only at Caymanas Park, home of the best thoroughbreds in the Caribbean. See you at the races. And don't forget, over at Simulcast, we have lots of carryovers today. Just going through the list. Tampa Bay Downs, a Super 6 carryover, 63,000 plus. Gulfstream Park GP6 carryover, 104,000 plus. Play Spot 8 has a carryover Gulfstream in excess 70,000. Aqueduct today, a mandatory payout on the NY6, 166,000 plus, paying out everything at Aqueduct on the Super 6. And later on at Santa Anita, carryover the Super 6, nearly 40,000.
Horses take the track for the second. It's a main condition race for native bred 3-year-olds. The distance 1,200 meters or 6 furlongs. Number 1, Medal of Gold. Make the weight 55 kilos or 121 pounds. 2, Code Red, 54 or 119. 5, Blood Diamond, 53 or 117. 7, Barbecue, 52 or 115. Wagering on double event, exacta trifecta, rolling triple. The catch 9 begins here. The single winner bonus in excess of 1.19 million. The rolling triple on its way to 300,000. The catch 9 approaching 700,000. Get your wagers on.
Upset Sundays has begun right off the bat with Sky Reese at 19-1 in race number 1. Shaheem Gordon had a double yesterday. Actually, the book ended the card. He won race number 1, making all the running about Smoking Tom. Well, fancy that maybe 2-1, 5-2 or thereabouts. And he closed the card with Proudest Vision at 21-1. So, book ended the card yesterday. I started off the card today at 19-1. So, Shaheem Gordon is riding very well. I wonder who is riding in the last race. Live ticket count on the Reggae 6 starts off at 348, so a low live ticket count to begin. So you know that things are looking very bumpy after the first event. So it's Upset Sundays. Normally the upset would maybe come a little bit later on the line, down the line. But today, right off the bat at 19-1, so you know that there will be more in store. There's a lot more where that came from. Let's now take a look at race 2, which kicks off, or Catch 9. A field of 7. These are maidens, native bred 3-year-olds. They go a distance of 1,200 meters or 6 furlongs. Top selection goes to number 6, Passion and Beyond. Would have gained immensely from that debut effort. As you can see, she's been warmed up by Radish Roman there. On debut, she ran green in the early stages, tailed off badly, 6 by 12 at a half mile, 6 by 12 at the quarter pole. But then she got rolling and was second by 8.5 into stablemate. Another wow. Second time lay 6, a half a furlong shorter to travel. But as you can see, Radish Roman warming this one up extensively. So look for her to be a lot sharper coming out of the gate. And once she gets rolling, it should be all over. By the shouted. Number 4, Huey Henry, chased Minhaha on debut going 5 rounds. Space on all that quick 24-2, 36-3, 48-4. They stopped the clock in 101-2. So Huey Henry should be fourth place here with second amnesty. And he too would have benefited from his debut effort. Look for him to be fourth the place. So number 3, Red 32, has experience on his side. There's race 4 times, 2/3, a 4th, and a 7th. Third by 11 inches in that same another war event, so was well beaten by Passion and Beyond, who came from well behind. So Red 32 will have his work cut out to turn the tables on Passion and Beyond. Equipment change though, tongue tie on, figure it off, and Tevin Foster replaces Dane Dawkins. Number 2, Code Red. Anthony Allen right to Anthony Nunes. Third by 10 1/4 lengths to Manality, Majestic, and Blightwood going 4 furlongs straight. May appreciate the additional 2 furlongs. Gets 19-1. Look for Code Red to possibly make your exacta and trifecta that much more lucrative. Make it 6, 4, 3, and 2. Now order of preference for race 2. Passion and Beyond over Huey Henry, Red 32, and Code Red. Catch and pull, 750,000, and climb in your triple is at 400,000. Best of luck.
Closing up the front of the gate for the loading process race number 2, the Catch 9 approaching 800,000. The jackpot bonus nearly 1.2 million. Rolling triple on its way to 450,000. Got a favorite in number 6, Passion and Beyond at 3-5. The second choice, number 4, Hooray Henry at 9-5. Then we get 6-1 on number 3, Red 32, and the 7-2 for the 5, Blood Diamond. So those are the principles in the betting. The rest are in double digits. Odds. Get your bets on. Running out of wagering time for sure. Looks as though the loading up about to start as a Medal of Gold heads to gate 1 and goes in. Horses loading. Loading for the second. Medal of Gold slotted into gate 1. Red 32 heads to gate number 3. Red 32 is in. Blood Diamond heads to gate 5. Blood Diamond goes in. Rider comes down from Passion and Beyond. That's Radish the Siki Fox Roman, our champion jock. Code Red will be next at 2. Barbecue heads to gate 7. So Code Red, a bit stubborn. Barbecue slotted in gate 7. Code Red helped to gate number 2, but still a bit stubborn. And Code Red goes in. Next up, Passion and Beyond, gate number 6. Radish waiting in the wings. And Hooray Henry to complete the line. They've opened gate 6 to encourage this one to load. Backing away from gate number 6, Passion and Beyond. With the help of the starter's assistance, Passion and Beyond is in. Ray Henry to complete the line. 6 furlong the trip. This is where the catch 9 begins. Ray Henry ditching the rider. Dane Dawkins, he's all right. Back aboard. Devastating Dane Dawkins. Starter Michael Sims is in position. Ray Henry once again up to the antics. Misbehaving. Ray Henry backs out once again. Ray Henry part of the way in, rearing in the air. This is Ray Henry. As the breeze picks up down here at Caymanas Park. They'll try again. Almost all the way in. And now Ray Henry's in. Well, not quite. Nearly all the way though. And now he's in. Starter Michael Sims, often racing to his spot. And now we are ready. Ready for race number 2. 6 furlong the trip. Best of luck with all your wagers. They're often racing. Not a bad line as Code Red wants that lead. Red 32 tracking on the outside. Ray Henry getting down in the mix. Right there too, that's Blood Diamond. Just on the outside, that's a Barbecue. Just on the inside of Barbecue, that's Passion and Beyond. And racing at the back of the field, Medal of Gold. They go to all the 4, and on that lead, it is Code Red. Now overtaken by Hooray Henry. Right there too, on the inside of Hooray Henry, that's Red 32. Blood Diamond tracks them in 3rd. Backing out in 4th, that's Code Red. Just behind Code Red and coming on Barbecue. then come on the outside and not making progress. The favorite, that's Passion and Beyond, and racing at the back of the field, Medal of Gold. They're at the top of the lane. Red 32, Hooray Henry. It's a good fight out wide and trying to join that party. That's Blood Diamond coming on the inside with a good looking run. That's Barbecue, but it's Red 32, Hooray Henry. Barbecue coming against the rail, a furlong to travel. It's Red 32 in front of Barbecue. Hooray Henry still there. Code Red coming back for more. It's Red 32 in front. It's Red 32 hanging on. Here comes Code Red trying to get the Red 32. But Red 32 and Terrific Tevin Foster going on to score from. Holding on for second, that looks to be Code Red. Running on from Out of the Clouds, that's Passion and Beyond. Back in fourth, that's Barbecue. In the winners enclosure, the unofficial winner of race number 2, number 3, Red 32, a 3-year-old bay colt by Hedge Fund. Roses for Ellie by Stormcraft. Bred Lakeland Farms Limited, owned by Philip Azar. Trained Gary Griffiths, the winning rider. Terrific Tevin Foster. And of course, Tevin is sponsored by a True Shake Nutrition Shake. The groom, Joanne Roberts. Second, number 2, Code Red. Third, number 6, Passion and Beyond. Fourth, number 7, Barbecue. Final time for 6 furlongs, 117 flat. They're off and racing. Not a bad line, as Code Red wants that lead. Red 32 tracking on the outside. Ray Henry getting down in the mix. Right there, too, that's Blood Diamond. Just on the outside, that's a Barbecue. Just on the inside of Barbecue, that's Passion and Beyond. And racing at the back of the field, Medal of Gold. They go to all the four, and on that lead, it is Code Red. No overtaken by Hooray Henry. Right there, too, on the inside of Hooray Henry. That's Red 32. Blood Diamond tracks them in third. Backing out in fourth, that's Code Red. Just behind Code Red and coming on Barbecue. Then come on the outside and not making progress, the favorite. That's Passion and Beyond, and racing at the back of the field, Medal of Gold. They're at the top of the lane. Red 32, Hooray Henry. It's a good fight out wide and trying to join that party. That's Blood Diamond coming on the inside with a good looking run. That's Barbecue, but it's Red 32, Hooray Henry. Barbecue coming against the rail, a furlong to travel. It's Red 32 in front of Barbecue. Hooray Henry still there. Code Red coming back for more. It's Red 32 in front. It's Red 32 hanging on. Here comes Code Red trying to get the Red 32. But Red 32 and Terrific Tevin Foster going on to score from holding on for second. That looks to be Code Red running on from out of the clouds. That's Passion and Beyond. Back in fourth. That's Barbecue.
Result of the second now official. Horses to the testing barn. 2 Code Red, 3 Red 32. 2 and 3 go to be tested. Splits 24-2, 49-3. Final time, 6 furlongs, 117. Margins 1.5 by a head.
So the runners are in the walking wing for race number 3, the parade ring, as the play spot 8 and a quick 4 starts here. Play spot 8 approaching 550,000 jackpot bonus, nearly 300,000, and the quick 4 on its way to 400,000 with a jackpot bonus in excess nearly 230,000, and well worth repeating. Coming up next, the well anticipated start of the early 5-star. It's a mandatory payout today, nearly 1.8 million jackpot bonus carryover in the mandatory payout on the early 5-star. And of course, the following event, we start the Twilight 6. Twilight 6, massive carryover in excess, $4.5 million. Get your bets on. Race number 3 coming your way.
Horses, take the track for the third. It's a restricted allowance 4 for native bred 4-year-olds and up, non-winners of 3. And imported 4-year-olds and up, non-winners of 2. The distance 1500 meters or 7.5 furlongs. Number 1, cut out, make the weight 49.5 or 109 pounds. Wagering on double event, exacta, trifecta, rolling triple, quick 4 and play spot 8, they both begin here. Quick 4 has a single winner bonus of almost 230,000. Place pot 8 in excess of 293,000. Quick 4 heading for 400,000. Place pot 8 600,000. Get your wagers on, runners. Make their way to post.
So red 32 gets the better of code red, and that's a red exact over $5,000 in that exacta. And the early double over 36,000, 19 to 1 winner of race number 1, Sky Reezy, 6 to 1 winner of race number 2, red 32. And things are looking quite bumpy. It's upset Sundays here at Caymanas Park, and indeed, I'm in the red because my 2 tickets have busted. Regular 6 busted, catch stand busted, so I'm in the red as far as the first 2 races are concerned. And the red 32 and code red, that could have been a rake that you will be looking for. Live ticket count on the Reggae 6 down to 51 after only 2 legs. So you know that this Reggae 6 is in trouble. $10.6 million in that jackpot. Of course, still 4 legs remaining, and things can get quite interesting with 4 legs remaining on the Reggae 6. Catch 9 starts off with a low Live ticket count 55. So you know that it's upset Sundays at Caymanas Park. That's a norm for us here at Caymanas Park. And there's a lot more where those two came from. Let's now take a look at the third, which starts off our quick four and place spot 8, a field of 7 on the way to the starting gate. And it's a restricted allowance for native bred 4 years and up, nuns of 3, and importees 4 years and up, nuns of 2. The purse here is 780,000. Top selection is number 3, Lockdown. Tevin Foster looks for the quick double. He rides a Howard Giant Bombay Stud Farm. Ran on to be a strong second, coming from way off the pace, going a mile in 1:42 and 4/5 of a second behind Pretty Brown Ting. Half a furlong shorter to travel, but if able to be closer to the pace, passing a half mile, we could see Lockdown being strongest at the finish, and 2-1 represents a great price for Lockdown. Number 5, Bob the Builder, 4-5. Wow. Surprised to see this one at 4-5. Of course, now trained by Adrian Prince, of course, now owned by O&S Races of O&S Stackroom fame. And indeed, they had a win yesterday with Whiskey. So this Bob the Builder clearly must have been responding well to the new treatment of the O&S Stackroom. And looks particularly well. Radish Roman rides tongue tie on. Bob the Builder, though, 4-5, looks a bit too short a price. I prefer Lockdown. Number 2 is StarQuest. This one gets 7-2. Also gets a good price here. Throughout the last run, too bad to be true. Clearly was asked to do much, 3 consecutive weeks, going 21.5 furlongs. So gets a break from the 14th of February, now at the 14th of March. Now the 15th of March, so a month later. And StarQuest looks sharp again. And he can definitely return to competitive ways. And that could be good enough to win 7-2. A lot of value there for StarQuest. And number 7 is Fearless Mission. This one makes her seasonal debut. Raced up against some good horses, the likes of Unrudimo, Ride All Day, Incredible Joe, to name a few. So she has raced against some pretty impressive horses. So if she's able to improve from her 3-year-old to her 4-year-old season, she can definitely cause a scare here as well. She's at 7-1. It's even money, Bob the Builder, and that sees other horses with live chances getting better odds. 2-1 looks cherry ripe for Lockdown. That's my selection. Number 5, Bob the Builder for second. Then number 2, StarQuest, also looks quite appealing at 7-2. And for fourth, number 7, Fearless Mission. 3-5-2-7 in the third.
They're now closing up the gates as they prepare for the loading of race 3. Horses about to load. Cut out the first one to come into gate 1. So horses loading. StarQuest loads at 2. Lockdown at 9-5. Loads at 3. Tevin Foster looking for a double. Star Aura should be next at 4. Shaheem Gordon also looking for his second win on the card. 5-1. Star Aura not yet in. Quick 4 on its way to 600,000. Play spot 8 also on its way to 600,000. You have to hurry though. Star Aura is in. Bob the Builder, even money. In at 5. Mr. Lee, one of the outsiders, 16-1. Comes into 6. Fearless Mission. The final one will load at 7. Field in line, 7.5 furlongs. They're off. Almost perfect start. Star Aura gets the best beginning and goes on to grab an early lead. Bob the Builder in close pursuit a length down as they charge away down the back stretch and make their way toward the 6. Cutout has made good progress on the rail and begins to challenge Star Or for that lead. Bob the Builder moving down on the outside now retakes second over Cutout, backing out into third. Star Quest running in fourth, possibly 5.5 to 6 lengths off that lead. A further length and a half to lock down. A break of a length to Mr. Lee as they leave the 5, and Fearless Mission trails. They're running down the back stretch, about to leave it. They're about to arrive at the half mile, and Star Aurora continues to set the fractions. Leading up by some 2 lengths, Cutout continues the chase. Bob the Builder now asked to get going, beginning to gain some momentum as they leave the 7:16. 3 lengths back to StarQuest, 2 to lock down, a length and a half to Mr. Lee, and a huge gap to Fearless Mission. He has a mountain to climb as they run toward the final 5:16. Star Aura out in front. Cutout continues the chase. Bob the Builder will attack widest of them all as they're into the top of the lane. And still Star Aura holds on to the advantage. Bob the Builder now let loose. Star Quest is battling down against the rail. Cutout left in behind them and begins to fade. Lockdown is the one on the outside, and the blue cap now asked to charge up late. But they approach the final furlong. Star Aura being caught by Bob the Builder. Star Quest is looking for somewhere to go. Star Aura on the rail. Bob the Builder. Star Quest continues to hunt for racing room, but it's not there at the moment. Star Aura being caught by Bob the Builder. They run toward the line. Star Aura hanging on grimly. May just have done it over Bob the Builder. Then Star Quest close between Mr. Lee and Lockdown.
In the winners' enclosure, the unofficial winner of race number 3, number 4, Star Aura. 4-year-old Chestnut Filly by Bold Conquest. Little Wasp by Northern Fleet. Bred Elizabeth Acosta, Ian Kong, and Raymond Russell. Own Elizabeth Acosta, Daniel Parnell, and Edward Shakir. Conditioned by the champion trainer, Jason DaCosta, the winning rider. 2 on the day for Shaheem Gordon, riding up a storm. And the winning groom, Warren Thompson, second. Number 5, Bob the Builder. Third, number 2, Star Quest. Fourth, number 6, Mr. Lee. Final time for 7.5 furlongs, 135 and 3.
Seven and a half furlongs. They're off. Almost perfect start. Star Aurora gets the best beginning and goes on to grab an early lead. Bob the Builder in close pursuit a length down as they charge away down the back stretch and make their way toward the 6. Cutout has made good progress on the rail and begins to challenge Star Aurora for that lead. Bob the Builder moving down on the outside now retakes second over Cutout, backing out into third. Star Quest running in fourth, possibly 5.5 to 6 lengths off that lead. A further length and a half to lock down. A break of a length to Mr. Lee as they leave the 5, and Fearless Mission trails. They're running down the back stretch, about to leave it. They're about to arrive at the half mile, and Star Aurora continues to set the fractions. Leading up by some 2 lengths, Cutout continues the chase. Bob the Builder now asked to get going, beginning to gain some momentum as they leave the 7:16. 3 lengths back to Star Quest, 2 to lock down, a length and a half to Mr. Lee, and a huge gap to Fearless Mission. He has a mountain to climb as they run toward the final 5:16. Star Aurora out in front. Cutout continues the chase. Bob the Builder will attack widest of them all as they're into the top of the lane. And still Star Aurora holds on to the advantage. Bob the Builder now let loose. Star Quest is battling down against the rail. Cutout left in behind them and begins to fade. Lockdown is the one on the outside, and the blue cap now asked to charge up late. But they approach the final furlong. Star Aurora being caught by Bob the Builder. Star Quest is looking for somewhere to go. Star Aurora on the rail. Bob the Builder. Star Quest continues to hunt for racing room, but it's not there at the moment. Star Aurora being caught by Bob the Builder. They run toward the line. Star Aurora hanging on grimly. May just have done it over Bob the Builder. Then Star Quest close between Mr. Lee and Lockdown. Your attention, please. Shaheem Gordon, Radesh Roman, both wanted in the storage room. Shaheem Gordon, Radesh Roman, please go now to the storage room. Result of the third official. Horses to the barn. 4 Star Aura, 5 Bob the Builder. 4 and 5 both go to be tested. The splits were 23-4, 46-4, 114. They raced 7.5 furlongs in 1:35.3. The margins ahead by 1.5.
So the runners are in the parade ring for race number 4. This is where the wait is over. The well anticipated start of the early 5 star. It's a mandatory payout today. We have all of nearly 1.8 million. That's your jackpot bonus. It's a carryover. And the pool on its way to $3 million. So on our way to a big pool in the early 5 star, on our way to 3 million. Jackpot bonus carryover. Just under 1.8 million. We're paying out everything today on the early 5 star. It's a mandatory payout. Get your wagers on.
On to race number 4, and as I had mentioned earlier when I came on, number 2, My Eclipse, was getting a lot of attention from early. My Eclipse currently at $3, but subsequent to that, number 4, Blind Ventures, took in a lot of money now, currently at $1.50, and the other ones taking a little bit of money is number 1, Midnight Runner. So 3 main horses taking money. Midnight Runner currently at 250, 4 Blind Ventures at 150, and the early money taker number 2, My Eclipse, currently at $3. Those are 3 that are getting the bulk of the support, and as I mentioned, the biggest mover here would have been number 2, My Eclipse, that one taking the early money. So however you want to bet it, good luck for race number 4.
Horses take the track for the 4th. It's a restricted allowance 5 for native bred 4-year-olds and up, non-winners of 2. And imported 4-year-olds and up maidens a distance 1100 meters or 5.5 furlongs. 1 Midnight Runner make the weight 51.5 or 114 pounds. 2 My Eclipse 55 or 121. 4 Blind Vengeance 54.5 or 120. 5 Skill at Arms 52 or 115. 6 Candy Girl 52.5 or 116. Scratch 7 Little Maggie lame. Wagering on double event, exacta, trifecta, rolling triple. The early 5-star begins here. It's a mandatory payout with a single winner bonus now becoming a carryover of almost $1.8 million. Early 5-star approaching 3 million. Rolling triple heading for 300,000. Hurry, get your wagers on.
So the runners are on their way to post. Race number 4, the early 5-star pool approaching 4 million. So we're heading to 4 million in the early 5-star, a massive one. And the jackpot bonus carryover, it's a mandatory payout today, nearly 1.8 million. Rolling triple continues to move to 300,000. Make your wagers.
Star Aurora upsets the apple cart in race number 3, and that's a double for Shaheem Gordon. He had a double yesterday, won races 1 and 10, and he wins races 1 and 3 today. So Shaheem Gordon riding extremely well. 4 wins so far on the weekend. And that's the third upset on the card. 19 to 1 in race 1, Sky Reezy, 6 to 1 in race number 2, and that was with 32, that's red 32, and 5 to 1 in race number 3 with Star Aurora. Look at the early triple, over 271,000 in the dividends there. So it's upset Sunday, it's on. And we have all of, how many more races do we have? 7 more races left. So it's not over yet. We still have a long way to go, and there are more outsiders to come through. Lap ticket count on the Reg 6 now down to a mere 9, and we still have races 4, 5, and 6 left. So based on the trend so far, we could very well be in carryover mode or single winner mode. Depends what happens in races 4, 5, and 6. 8 tickets are live on the Catch 9. Let's take a look at race number 4, which kicks off the mandatory payout early 5-star. Scratch number 7, Little Maggie. We're down to a field of 6. 5.5 on the trip, 1,100 meters. Top selection is number 1, Midnight Runner. Tyrese Anderson rides for Adrian Prince and ONS Racers. And they just got beaten a while ago, ONS Racers and Adrian Prince, with Bob the Builder. Big run, first time out from Bob the Builder. Midnight Runner, unproven, really going a short sprints, but looks sharp, looks ready. John Post one doesn't have much to fear among these, and I'm expecting a fourth place effort here from Midnight Runner. He's your 8 to 5 strong second favorite. Number 2, My Eclipse. Eugene Newton rides Alfred Brown. This one gets 7 to 2. Went up at 7 to 1 last time, or 4 by 9 and 3/4 lengths behind Star Aurora. We just saw Star Aurora step up in class and win. So that's a good recommendation for the chances of My Eclipse. And 7 to 2 represents strong, stable confidence. Number 4 is Blind Vengeance. This one is your marginal favorite at 7 to 5. Marshall Porter riding for trader Colin Ferguson. This isn't a frequent combination, and that type of price doesn't really fit well for Blind Vengeance. But up in class, one among maidens on the 21st of December, and let's see how improved this one is. And it'll have to be vastly improved to get the job done here. And the stable confidence is quite high now. Joint favorite with number 1, a Midnight Runner. Number 5 is Skill Times. This one gets 4 to 1. Richie Shakes rides the Captain Marlon Brown. And this one has shaped nicely on 2 attempts at nuns of 2, 4th on both occasions. 4th to Bangarang over 4th Street, and 4th behind altogether over 5 Furlong Street. Now comes around the bend. Look for an encouraging enough run here from Skill at Arms. Small field of 6, but looks quite competitive. Only 1 horse neglected at the betting. That's number 6, Candy Girl, for obvious reasons. Make it 1, 2, 4, 5. Midnight Runner over My Eclipse, Blind Vengeance, and Skill at Arms. Early 5-star pool is at 4.1 million and climbing. You have limited wagering time remaining. Front of the gate closed. Best of luck.
So the runners have arrived at the post, runners at the post, and the front of the gates are closed, loading up about to start. Midnight Runner, the first to come forward. Midnight Runner goes in. Fast approaching $5 million in the five-star pool, the early five-star. But you're really running out of wagering time as the runners are loading. Loading for the fourth. My Eclipse might be next. Gate 2. Shine Like the Sky. Led to gate number 3. Shine Like the Sky goes in. Blind Vengeance in a battle royal with Midnight Runner for favoritism. Goes in at 4. Candy Girl goes in at 6. A 2 to load. A Skillet Arms and My Eclipse. Skillet Arms in at 5. 1 to load My Eclipse. 5.5 furlong the trip. My Eclipse goes in. Best of luck with all the wagers. Started doing Tummel. Doing honors. Ready for a start. Off and racing. That's a beautiful line. Going for that lead, that's Blind Vengeance. Skillet Arms is also in the mix right there too. That's My Eclipse, pinched back a bit. Right against the rail, that's Midnight Runner. Then about 3 or 4 lengths before we come to Shine Like the Sky and Candy Girl. They go past the 4 and head toward the 3. Blind Vengeance in front of Midnight Runner chasing in second. Right there in the third, that's Skillet Arms. Right on the inside of Skillet Arms, that's My Eclipse, about 6 or 7 lengths before we come to Shine Like the Sky Candy Girl, running her own private race at the back of the field. They're coming at the top of the lane, and it is Midnight Runner, paced against the rail. Coming forward in the middle, that's My Eclipse. Just on the outside of those, 4, trying to line up for 4 across the track. That's Skillet Arms, and just wide of Skillet Arms, that's Blind Vengeance, but it is Midnight Runner making short work of these. Midnight Runner begins to pull away. Midnight Runner and Tyrese Anderson leaving them in the dust. Midnight Runner, about 7 or 8 lengths. Running on for second, that's Shine Like the Sky, got tied for third. Either My Eclipse or Skillet Arms. In the winners enclosure, the unofficial winner of race number 4, number 1, a Midnight Runner, 4-year-old Roan Colt by Midnight Hawk, Fantabulous by War Marshal, bred O'Neill Hines, owned ONS Racers, trained Adrian Prince, the winning rider, Tyrese Anderson, the groom, Keith Dixon, second. Number 3, Shine Like the Sky. Third, number 2, My Eclipse. Fourth, number 5, Skillet Arms. Final time for 5.5 furlongs, 109 and 1. Off racing. That's a beautiful line. Going for that lead, that's Blind Vengeance. Skillet Arms is also in the mix right there too. That's My Eclipse, pinched back a bit. Right against the rail, that's Midnight Runner. Then about 3 or 4 lengths before we come to Shine Like the Sky and the Candy Girl. They go past the 4 and head toward the 3. Blind Vengeance in front of Midnight Runner chasing in second. Right there in a third, that's Skillet Arms. Right on the inside of Skillet Arms, that's My Eclipse, about 6 or 7 lengths before we come to Shine Like the Sky Candy Girl, running her own private race at the back of the field. They're coming at the top of the lane, and it is Midnight Runner, paced against the rail. Coming forward in the middle, that's My Eclipse. Just on the outside of those, trying to line up for 4 across the track. That's Skillet Arms, and just wide of Skillet Arms, that's Blind Vengeance, but it is Midnight Runner making short work of these. Midnight Runner begins to pull away. Midnight Runner and Tyrese Anderson leaving them in the dust. Midnight Runner, about 7 or 8 lengths. Running on for second, that's Shine Like the Sky, got tied for third. Either My Eclipse or Skillet Arms.
Result of the fourth official. Horses to the testing barn. 1, Midnight Runner. 2, My Clips. 1 and 2 go to be tested. The splits were 24-2 by 49-3. They completed 5.5 furlongs in 109.1, and the margins are whopping 8 3/4 by 2.
And we're now at the Twilight 6. It's Twilight time. The Twilight 6 has a pool approaching 7.5 million. Twilight 6 approaching 7.5 million. The carryover in excess 4.5 million. So it looks as though we're going to get a massive Twilight 6 pool. So make it a must bet. Your Twilight 6 on its way to 7.5 million. Carryover in excess 4.5 million.
To race number 5 here, and number 2, Never. $3 into 215 very, very quickly. A lot of good support for this one coming in late. 4, Golden Lawyer, currently at 230, that one being supported as well. And number 1, Chesney, a little less supported than these. That one is at 350, but as it is, number 2, Never, is the best back runner here, currently at 215 with a flood of late money. Golden Lawyer, 230, and Chesney, those are the other two that are getting support here. Nice field of 8, and always remember, if you can't find the winner, you can try and find a horse place. Head to the fixed odds winner. Some couple of horses have some decent fixed odds prices for the play and the play side of things. So good luck for race number 5.
Horses take the track for the 5th. This is a restricted allowance 5. It's for native bred 5-year-olds and up, non-winners of 2, and imported 5-year-olds and up maidens the distance 1400 meters or 7 furlongs. Number 2, Never. Make the weight 54 kilos or 119 pounds. 5, Bubbling Brown Sugar, 52.5 or 116. 6, Bomb Night, 53, 117. 7, Fort Haldane, 51.5 or 114. 8, Security Code, 51.5 or 114. Wagering offered on double event, exacta, quinella, trifecta, superfecta, rolling triple. This is where the Twilight 6 begins with a whopping carryover in excess of $4.5 million. Twilight 6 on its way to 9 million, rolling triple heading to 300,000. Hurry, get your wagers on, don't be shut out.
Midnight Runner, sharp performance there from the inside post. Tyree Sanders for Adrian Prince and Owen Racer. Owen is Stockroom fame, and this one really well presented and wins convincingly. Live ticket count on the regular 6 now down to 7 with 2 legs remaining. 4.6 million plus in that net pool. 10.6 million plus is in the jackpot. And we have 6 tickets alive on the catch time, just over 570,000 in that net pool. And the mandatory period early 5-star kicks off with 2,104 live tickets and 4.7 million plus in that net pool. It's now on to the Twilight 6, which has a carryover of over 4.5 million and already 8.5 million wagered. Let's take a look at race number 5. It's a restricted allowance, 5 native bred, 5 years and up, nuns of 2 and importees, 5 years and up maidens. Top selection is number 4, Golden Lawyer. Third by 2.5 lengths last time out to Spraga and Chesney going 7 furlongs. 2 to back, second by 3/4 of a length behind Captain Fantastic going 5.5 furlongs. Any of those two efforts we produce here should see Golden Lawyer being right there throughout, and this one gets the vote. Number 1, Chesney, gets 2 to 1. For the Partridge Writer, Stephen Todd and Black Brothers, third by 4 3/4. Last time out to Noble Monarch and Bomb Knight. Gets a furlong longer to travel, and once she comes with one of her better efforts, she should be able to fight out the finish as well. Number 5, Bubbling Brown Sugar, another that's quite capable. Demar Williams ride for Ryan Darby. Notably, visor off, tongue tie off, Lasix removed. So not the usual equipment and Lasix for Bubbling Brown Sugar. She's at 72. Let's see how well she will perform. And number 2 is Never Comes Off a Break since December. Failed to finish when last out at 72 on the 6th of December. Back here, looking fairly well, has been quite consistent at exercise, canting for 9 furlongs, canting for 8 furlongs, so the soundness issue would definitely have been dealt with. Tongue tie taken off by the Professor, Patrick Lynch. Tevin Foster picks up the mount. Figure it now fitted. Look for Never to be very close by throughout. A competitive looking 5th event to kick off the Twilight 6. Make it 4, 1, 5, and 2. Golden Lawyer to get the better of Chesney, then Bubbling Brown Sugar, and Never. Twilight 6 pool now 9.5 million, so it's approaching 10 million. Your triple is approaching 500,000. Best of luck.
Twilight 6 on its way to 11 million. A rolling triple heading for 600,000. Remember the huge carryover in the Twilight 6 of in excess $4.5 million. Front of the gates all closed, ready for them to load. So you need to hurry. Get your wagers on. Rolling triple heading to 600,000. Twilight 6 on the way to $10.5 million. Riders adjusting their goggles as the loading up is about to begin. Horses loading. Chesney the first one in at 1. Town Star, Jerome Innes. They load at 3. They try with Golden Lawyer at 4. Golden Lawyer is in. Rider will climb up. Bomb Knight coming into 6. Rider off Never. Fort Haldane in at 7. Security Code. Tyrese Anderson looking for 2 wins. Tevin Foster the same. Tevin Foster on Never. And he stands by as they try to get Never into 2. Bubbling Brown Sugar walking toward 5. So Never is in. Terrific. Tevin climbs aboard. Here's Bubbling Brown Sugar, 7-2, well supported. Bubbling Brown Sugar backing away from gate 5. Now in. Field in line for the 5th, 7 furlongs. Starter waits. Still the starter holds them. Now they're off. Town Star, Bubbling Brown Sugar. They took off at the back of the field as they charged toward the 6. Fort Haldane, stepping off that rail in the blue silks, grabs an early lead. Never chasing with Chesney racing right there. Security Code just on their outside. These are separated by maybe 5 lengths. Bomb Knight racing just on the outside of Golden Lawyer as they charge away toward the 5. Bubbling Brown Sugar second from the back, and Town Star trails the field. They're heading toward the half mile and the exit of the back stretch, and Fort Haldane attempts to go all the way, opening up a 2.5 to 3 length lead, Never chasing as they leave the half mile. Chesney's right there. Toward the outside, making ground, that is Security Code, overtaken now by Golden Lawyer as they go running toward the 3. Security Code begins to fade, overtaken by Town Star. Toward the back of the field, Bubbling Brown Sugar moving ahead of 1. That's Bomb Knight. 5/16 to catch Fort Haldane. Out in front with a commanding lead at the top of the lane. Never chasing best of the rest. Chesney taken out 3 wide. Over against the rail and asked to kick in. That's Golden Lawyer, but they run toward the final 3/16 and Fort Haldane continues to deny them. Golden Lawyer is on the rail. Never the Grey just on the outside of that one. Chesney is continuing to step out wide. It's Fort Haldane now running on fumes as Golden Lawyer snatches the lead, and Golden Lawyer has it inside the final 16. It is Golden Lawyer and devastating Dane Dawkins beginning to roar away from this field. He spraying them with sand. Golden Lawyer wins by a handy margin. Fort Haldane second. Chesney could be third over Never. Close with Bubbling Brown Sugar.
On 3.
Now they're off. Down Star, bubbling brown sugar. They took off at the back of the field. As they charged toward the six, Fort Haldane, stepping off that rail in the blue silks, grabs an early lead. Never chasing with Chesney racing right there, security code just on their outside. These are separated by maybe 5 lengths. A Bomb Knight racing just on the outside of Golden Lawyer as they charge away toward the 5, bubbling brown sugar second from the back, and Town Star trails the field. They're heading toward the half mile and the exit of the back stretch, and Fort Haldane attempts to go all the way, opening up a 2.5 to 3 length lead, never chasing as they leave the half mile. Chesney's right there. Toward the outside, making ground, that is Security Code, overtaken now by Golden Lawyer as they go running toward the 3. Security Code begins to fade, overtaken by Town Star. Toward the back of the field, bubbling brown sugar moving ahead of 1. That's Bomb Knight. 5/16 to catch Fort Haldane, out in front with a commanding lead at the top of the lane. Never chasing best of the rest. Chesney taken out 3 wide, over against the rail, and asked to kick in. That's Golden Lawyer, but they run toward the final 3/16, and Fort Haldane continues to deny them. Golden Lawyer is on the rail. Never the grey just on the outside of that one. Chesney is continuing to step out wide. It's Fort Haldane now running on fumes as Golden Lawyer snatches the lead, and Golden Lawyer has it inside the final 16. It is Golden Lawyer and devastating Dane Dawkins beginning to roar away from this field. He spraying them with sand. Golden Lawyer wins by a handy margin. Fort Haldane second. Chesney could be third over Never. Close with bubbling brown sugar. Result of the 5th hour official. Horses to the barn. 2 Never. 4 Golden Lawyer. 2 and 4 go to be tested. Splits 25, 50 and 2, 118. 7 furlongs raced in 131.3. The margin 7 by a neck.
On to race number 6, and at the fixers windows we have a two-horse betting race. So it's horse number 5, Shanshan, currently at $1.50, and horse number 6, Reportable Offense, currently at $1.80. So whereas in the tote these are 6 is the 45 favorite and 5 is the 85 second favorite. In terms of the support at the fixers winners, it's kind of the reverse. So it's Shanshan, currently $1.50, Reportable Offense at $1.80, with Shanshan getting more of the support at the fixers winners than Reportable Offense. But basically, as far as this race is concerned, it's just those two horses that are getting the betting. Shanshan and Reportable Offense, with Shanshan $1.50 being the best back runner at the fixers winners for race number 6. Best of luck.
Once again, we repeat an announcement made yesterday. Supreme Ventures Racing and Entertainment Limited has announced a 1 million contribution to the grooms who deliver their services at Caymanas Park. The initiative delivers direct financial support to grooms through a series of grants tied to race performance during March that is observed as Grooms Appreciation Month at the park. During the designated race period of March 14 to March 28, each winning groom will receive a grant of $15,000. The grant recognizes and rewards the indispensable role grooms play in preparing horses for competition. In a special tribute on Grooms Association Day scheduled for March 28, there will be additional grants. The best dressed groom will receive a $10,000 grant, and the groom of the best presented horse on race day will also receive a $10,000 grant. These incentives are designed to celebrate excellence in horse presentation and the pride that grooms take in their craft. All grants under this initiative will be paid directly to the Jamaica Racing Commission and applied toward the renewal of recipients' 2026-2027 grooms licenses. This mechanism ensures that support reaches grooms in a structured and meaningful way, while directly reducing the financial burden of maintaining their professional standing and keeping them actively employed in the sport. This contribution forms part of SVREL's broader mission of creating a sustainable industry by helping to elevate every tier of the horse racing ecosystem in Jamaica, from ownership and training to the essential stable staff who make race day possible. Horses take the track for the 6. It's a maiden condition race for native bred 4-year-olds and up. Fillies and mares only. The distance 1100 meters or 5.5 furlongs. And number 1, newspaper of record, 53.5 kilos or 118 pounds. 2, Sweet Biscuit, 55 or 121. 3, Dixifier, 53.5 or 118. 7, Moonlight Song, 50 or 110. Scratch 8, Bad Bad Tanisha injured. Scratch 9, Starlight Princess injured. 10, Glittering Good, 55 or 121. Wagering on double event, exacta, quinella trifecta, superfecta, high 5, rolling triple. A late 5 star begins here. A late 5 star on its way to 700,000, rolling triple heading for 300,000. Hurry, place your wagers.
An impressive win for the top selection Golden Lawyer. Dane Dawkins riding there for trainer Philip Lee and owner Sean Graham. Golden Lawyer romped home to victory there. Live ticket count on the Reggae 6 coming to the cash out leg. It's now down to 6 with 4.6 million plus in the net pool there. 5 tickets are still going on the catch stand over 570,000 in that net pool. And the mandatory period early 5 star. It's now at 1,721 live tickets and 4.7 million plus in that net pool. And the Twilight 6 carryover 4.5 million plus. Starts off with 3,168 live tickets, and the net pool there 12.6 million. So the Twilight Six really got a lot of traction today with that $4.5 million carryover. It's now on to the cash out leg of the regular six and start of the late five-star race number 6. Scratch horses 8 and 9, Bad Bad Tanisha and Starlight Princess. We're down to a field of 8. Top selection goes to number 6. Reportable Fence has been somewhat expensive to follow, but appears to be in a spot where she should be able to get the job done. Philip Partridge rides for Stephen Todd and owner breeder Paul Williams. Reportable Fence at 4 to 5 with the tongue tie taken off, figure taken off. Let's see if that will have its desired effect. And she looks quite sharp and ready. Number 5 is Shan Shan. This one gets odds of 9 to 5, a strong second favorite at the moment. Shan Shan was served by just 3/4 of a length last time. Oh, that was going 5.5 furlongs, and appeared to be just running on the spot for a little while before getting going where it matters most. And we saw this Shan Shan finishing well towards the end of the contest, and Shan Shan appears to be the type that should appreciate the fitting of the blinkers. Blinkers now fitted by trainer Adrian Prince. Shan Shan can definitely go close as well. Number 1 newspaper of record. Slow starter. Always find herself with a lot of running to do. But in this type of lineup, if the pace goes a little bit too fast, you could very well see newspaper of record proving to be strongest at the finish. But the thing is, she's always slow early in her races, but has a fairly good turn of foot. Let's see if she can put it all together today and make her presence well felt in deep stretch. Number 7, Moonlight Song, has good speed, has been showing this speed on all 6 career starts to date. Past a half mile, second, 4 of 6 starts. Came to the quarter pole, second, 2 of 6, and the other few races were just up there as well. Third twice, actually leading by neck at the quarter pole last time out before we in 6 by 2.5 lengths in that same Boss Lady Janet Arm Recruit Shan Shan event. Javon Prince, seldomly called apprentice, he picks up the mount for trainer Patrick Fong and older breeder Maxine Johnson. Could Moonlight Song prove to be the lone speed today? And could she get brave on that lead? 5 to 1 is a good price to find out if she's up to the task at hand. Make it 6, 5, 1, and 7 in race number 6. Reportable Fence over Shan Shan, newspaper of record, and Moonlight Song. Late 5-star pool is at 700,000. Your triple is at 350,000. You have limited wagering time remaining. Get those bets on now, and best of luck.
Closing up the front of the gates. They're closing up the front of the gate for the start of race number 6. and 50,000. Biscuit. So loading up process well advanced. Nearly 800,000 in the late five-star pool. Rider comes down from Moonlight Song. Siobhan Prince climbs in the gate. Moonlight Song is in. Dixie Fire, reportable offense, left to be loaded. So Dixie Fire up to gate number 3. Goes in. One to load, the even money favorite. Reportable offense. Starter Michael Sims is in position. 5.5 furlong the trip. This is the cash out leg of the Reggae 6. Often Racing. Glittering Goodness misses it and left at the back of the field as reportable, as going through that newspaper of record, going down on the outside and now going through that's Moonlight Song. So Moonlight Song in front of Racing in second, that's a newspaper of record. Shanshan tracking in a third as they go past the fourth. Then comes Humble Lady. Dixie Flyer comes next, reportable offense. Sweet Biscuit and just racing at the back of the field. That's Glittering Goodness. Glittering Good. They go past the 3, head toward the 2, and on that lead is still in front and traveling well. That is a Moonlight Song with the lead. Shan Shan set to light and asks to come forward right against the rail. That's the newspaper of record. And newspaper of record coming through powerfully. Newspaper of record now hit the front from racing in second. Moonlight Song. Shan Shan left back against the rail. In third, it's newspaper of records beginning to go away from them. Coming to the half a furlong pole. Newspaper of record is in total control and beyond recall. Newspaper of record sprinting clear. The battle is clearly on for second. Reportable offense and Shanshan racing down there. Newspaper of record got tight for second between reportable offense and Shanshan. Then comes Moonlight Song and Dixie Flyer back in fifth.
In the winner's enclosure, the unofficial winner of today's sixth, number one, newspaper of record. She's a 4-year-old Bay filly by Stormcraft, Jalove by Flower Alley, bred Mark and Susan Waits, owned Misuki, trained Errol Burke, ridden by Anthony Allen, the groom Wayne Smith. Second 6, reportable offence. Third 5, Shan Shan. Fourth 7, Moonlight Song. Fifth 3, Dixie Fire. Stand by for splits and final time.
This is the cash out leg of the Reggae 6. Often racing. Glittering Goodness misses it and left at the back of the field as reportable as going through that newspaper of record, going down on the outside and now going through that Moonlight Song. So Moonlight Song in front of racing in second, that's a newspaper of record. Shanshan tracking in a third as they go past the four. Then comes Humble Lady. Dixie Flyer comes next, reportable offense. Sweet Biscuit and just racing at the back of the field. That's Glittering Goodness. Glittering Good. They go past the three, head toward the two, and on that lead is still in front and traveling well. That is a Moonlight Song with the lead. Shan Shan set to light and asks to come forward right against the rail. That's the newspaper of record. And newspaper of record coming through powerfully. Newspaper of record now hit the front from racing in second. Moonlight Song. Shan Shan left back against the rail. In third, it's newspaper of records beginning to go away from them. Coming to the half a furlong pole. Newspaper of record is in total control and beyond recall. Newspaper of record sprinting clear. The battle is clearly on for second. Reportable offense and Shanshan racing down there. Newspaper of record got tight for second between reportable offense and Shanshan. Then comes Moonlight Song and Dixie Flyer back in fifth.
Result of the six now official horses to the testing barn: 1, newspaper of record; 6, reportable offence. 1 and 6 go to the barn. Still waiting on splits and final time, but the margin's 11 by a head. Final time 24-3, 50. 5.5 furlongs raced in 1:10.2, and repeating the margins 11 by a head.
So reportable offense doesn't get the job done. Instead, it's newspaper of record. And I hope you like that substitution effect. In economics, we have the substitution effect and the income effect. Well, in horse racing, this is what you call the substitution effect, because my original numbers there were 5, 6, and 8. And number 8, Bad Bad Tanisha, was a scratch, and we did a substitution with number 1, newspaper of record, with the absence of Bad Bad Tanisha. So that's the effect of the substitution effect in horse racing when you're comprising your permutations. And look at that win by newspaper of record coming from just off the pace this time around, wasn't too slow away from the gate. And when they passed the midway point of the contest and I saw newspaper of record so early, I said to myself, well, it should be all over by the shouting now because this was the strongest finisher in the event and caught up with the field early and really won by a wide gap, some 11 lengths. Anthony Allen riding there for Trinidad Burke and Ona Mitsuki. Congratulations to our Reggae 6 winners, $1,092,979 for your effort. And that's a good day in the office any day. Any day you can come to Caymanas Park or any of our OTBs and wager. Even if you're wagering on the embed platform or overseas betting, wherever you're winning, any day you come to the races and you can take home $1 million. That's a great day in the office. So congrats to our Reggae 6 winners, $1,092,000 plus. The jackpot now over $12 million. We await the next mandatory period date for the Reggae 6. Let's now take a look at the closing stages of our Reggae 6 races.
Tolona continues to cling on to the lead. Sky Rizzi ever getting closer inside the final 16th. It is Tolona and Sky Rizzi. Tolona and Sky Rizzi. Tolona and Sky Rizzi drive to the line. Sky Rizzi beats Tolona. Over on the rail, that's Little Grovey Thing racing out wide, the favorite. Turn on the light. General Chief is also in the fray.
But it's Red 32, Ray Henry. Barbecue coming against the rail, a furlong to travel. It's Red 32 in front of Barbecue. Ray Henry still there. Code Red coming back for more. It's Red 32 in front. It's Red 32 hanging on. Here comes Code Red trying to get the Red 32. But Red 32 and Terrific Tevin Foster going on to score from. Holding on for second, that looks to be Code Red. Running on from Out of the Clouds. That's Passion and Beyond. Back in fourth, that's Barbecue.
But they approach the final furlong. Star Aura being caught by Bob the Builder. Star Quest is looking for somewhere to go. Star Aura on the rail. Bob the Builder. Star Quest continues to hunt for racing room, but it's not there at the moment. Star Aura being caught by Bob the Builder. They've run toward the line. Star Aura hanging on grimly. May just have done it over Bob the Builder. Then Star Quest close between Mr. Lee and Lockdown.
And it is Midnight Runner, paced against the rail. Coming forward in the middle, that's My Eclipse. Just on the outside of those, four, trying to line up for four across the track. That's Skillet Arms, and just wide of Skillet Arms, that's Blind Vengeance. But it is Midnight Runner making short work of these. Midnight Runner begins to pull away. Midnight Runner and Tyrese Anderson leaving them in the dust. Midnight Runner, about 7 or 8 lengths. Running on for second, that's Shine Like the Sky, got tied for third. Either My Eclipse or Skillet Arms.
But they run toward the final 3/16th, and Fort Haldane continues to deny them. Golden Lawyer is on the rail. Never the Grey just on the outside of that one. Chesney is continuing to step out wide. It's Fort Haldane now running on fumes as Golden Lawyer snatches the lead, and Golden Lawyer has it inside the final 16th. It is Golden Lawyer and devastating Dane Dawkins beginning to roar away from this field. He's spraying them with sand. Golden Lawyer wins by a handy margin. Fort Haldane second. Chesney could be third over Never. Close with Bubbling Brown Sugar.
Newspaper of Records now hit the front from racing in second. Moonlight Song, Shan Shan left back against the rail. In third, it's Newspaper of Records beginning to go away from them. Coming to the half a furlong pole, Newspaper of Records is in total control and beyond recall. Newspaper of Records sprinting clear. The battle is clearly on for second. Reportable Offense and Shan Shan racing down there. Newspaper of Records got tight for second between Reportable Offense and Shan Shan. Then comes Moonlight Song and Dixie Flyer back in fifth.
Horses take the track for the 7th. It's a restricted allowance 3 for native bred 4-year-olds and up, non-winners of 4, and imported 4-year-olds and up, non-winners of 3. The distance 1100 meters or 5.5 furlongs. Number 2, Big Buzz. Make the weight 53 kilos or 117 pounds. 3, Danka, 50.5 or 111. Scratch 4, Balmore, injured. 5, Prince Roy, 55 or 121. 7, Miss Moneypenny, 55 or 121. Wagering on double event, exacta, trifecta, rolling triple. This is where the strike 4 begins. Single winner bonus in excess of 1.34 million. Rolling triple on its way to 400,000. Strike 4, 700,000. Get your wagers on.
Congratulations once again to our Regular 6 winners. A great day in the office on a Sunday. Over 1,092,000 in dividends there. The jackpot now over $12 million. Live ticket count on the catch stand now down to 1 with 570,000 plus in that net pool. Remember, the jackpot is 1.19 million plus. And in the mandatory payout, early 5-star, we're down to 544 live tickets with 4.7 million plus in that net pool. And the Twilight 6 live ticket count now down to 979 with over 12.6 million in that net pool. It's now on to the start of the strike 4, minimum guarantee period of $500,000. We have a field of 7 declared. However, there's a scratch of number 4, Balmore. We're down to a field of 6. It's a restricted allowance 3 for native bred 4 years and up, nuns of 4, and importees 4 years and up, nuns of 3. The purse 820,000. They go 1,100 meters or 5.5 furlongs. Top selection It's number 7, Miss Moneypenny. Threw a crinkle last time out, understandably, 6 by 18.5 lengths. She's not very consistent. Her run's awful, and then she runs a big race. The pattern suggests that she'll run a big race today. Ran awfully the last time out, 2 starts back, was second by 7.5 lengths to the impressive, phenomenal power in 106.3 for 5.5 furlongs, and 3 starts back, 8 by 22 lengths. So the trend suggests that we'll get a capital effort today from Miss Moneypenny. Robert Haldane rides Jason Acosta, 5-2. Looks to be a generous price for Miss Moneypenny. Number 3 is Danka. This is your 45 favorite. Winner last time out, going 5 furlongs straight in that same race where Miss Moneypenny was down the track. So they're in a rematch. Danka, look sharp and ready, has continued to work well on the 7th of March, 4 straight in 47 flat by a minute flat. Tajay Sekou riding extremely well, and he's riding here for Hall of Fame trader Richard Zana. Odanaya, Danka disqualified when passing the post first last time out, and most definitely would want to make amends immediately. Number 2, Big Buzz should benefit from a strong pace ahead of him when Danka, Miss Moneypenny are mixing it up front, and this Big Buzz has a good late turn of foot, was an upset winner at 36-1, going 6 furlongs on the 26th of December, beating Margarita and Lockdown. And subsequent to that, runner-up behind Prodigious Power, going 6.5 furlongs to 121 flat, and was served by 2 3/4 in that same Danka Miss Globe event, going 5 furlongs straight. So Big Buzz, the one that could prove strongest at the finish if the speed comes back. And number 6 is Ralph's Treasure. Now, this one is an interesting entry. Reason being, Ralph's Treasure was second by half length to Danka on the 13th of December. Danka carried 49.5 kilos and Ralph's Treasure carried 55 kilos. So Ralph's Treasure allowed 5.5 kilos to Danka. Today, basically, just about the same handicap. But the fact is that Ralph's Treasure was able to get as close as a half a length behind Danka. And he's getting 3-1 while they're getting even money for Danka. So there's some value here for Ralph's Treasure. Shane Richardson rides in here for Trinidad Sabati and owner of the Success Farm. The Success Farm also have 1,000 Treasure number 1, also trained by Gear Sabati, 6-1. 4,000 Treasure. The only horse that's at double digit now is number 5, Prince Roy, at 11-1, and Prince Roy will be finishing from off the pace in deep stretch. An interesting looking sprint going here, 7, 3, 2, and 6. Miss Moneypenny over Danka, Big Buzz, and Ralph's Treasure. Strike for opponents at 1.1 million, triple 300,000. Get your wages now, and best of luck.
Horses now loading for this, the 7th, 5.5 furlongs. 1,000 Treasures is the first to load. A Big Buzz coming into 2. So Big Buzz goes in at 2. The favorite Danka lining up to load at 3. Here's Danka. Danka goes in. Tajay Sekou riding. Ralph's Treasure will load at 6. Miss Moneypenny at 7. And Prince Roy will be the final one at 5. Prince Roy goes in. Field in line. 5.5 furlongs. Michael Sims is ready. And they're off. Perfect start. Big Buzz gets it quickly. Ralph's Treasure racing down to the outside. Danka sandwich in between horses. The speedy Miss Moneypenny joins that group, and they're in a tight cluster as they race to the half mile. 1,000 Treasures is left in behind them, and at the back of the field it's Prince Roy. A half a mile to run. They spin into that turn and make their way toward the 3, and it is Danka pressed all the while by Miss Moneypenny. Racing just in behind them. Ralph's Treasure is now moving down into 3rd. Big Buzz is racing in 4th. A break back to 1,000 Treasures, about to be joined by Prince Roy as they arrive at the 5/16th and make their way toward the top of the lane. Miss Moneypenny has now snatched a narrow lead. Danka is on the inside in the green silks toward the outside. That's Ralph's Treasure now asked to close the gap. Miss Moneypenny battling Ralph's Treasure, and Ralph's Treasure now looks to snatch a very narrow lead over Miss Moneypenny. They're inside the final furlong, these two tied in a knot, and Miss Moneypenny goes on once again from Ralph's Treasure. Big Buzz now wound up on the outside, but it is Miss Moneypenny, the speedy sort, that holds the advantage. Miss Moneypenny comes away to win by almost 3. Big Buzz in a tight photo with on the far side, that's Thousand Treasures. In between them, Ralph's Treasure.
In the winners enclosure, the unofficial winner of race number 7, Miss Moneypenny, 4-year-old chestnut filly by Burn Identity, Pomeroy Secret by Pomeroy, Brett Ewan Elliott, own Kevin Democado, Daniel Parnell, and Shane Parnell. Winning trainer, champion trainer Jason DaCosta, that's 2 on the day for Jason DaCosta. The winning rider, Robert Hardwell Hallidine, the groom at Tevin Doe. Second, number 2, Big Buzz. Third, number 6, Ralph's Treasure. And fourth, number 1, Thousand Treasures. Stand by for your final time for 5.5 furlongs. On your screen, the photograph for the second place. Number 2, Big Buzz, getting there ahead of number 6, Ralph's Treasure. That's the second place print on your screens.
The seventh now official. Horses to the barn. 2 Big Buzz. 7 Miss Moneypenny. 2 and 7 both go to be tested. Still awaits splits and final time, but the margin's 2.5 by ahead. And they're off. Perfect start. Big Buzz gets it quickly. Rab's Treasure racing down to the outside. Danka sandwich in between horses. The speedy Miss Moneypenny joins that group, and they're in a tight cluster as they race to the half mile. Thousand Treasures is left in behind them, and at the back of the field it's Prince Roy. A half a mile to run. They spin into that turn and make their way toward the 3, and it is Danka pressed all the while by Miss Moneypenny. Racing just in behind them. Ralph's Treasure is now moving down into 3rd. Big Buzz is racing in 4th. A break back to Thousand Treasures, about to be joined by Prince Roy as they arrive at the 5/16th and make their way toward the top of the lane. Miss Moneypenny has now snatched a narrow lead. Danka is on the inside in the green silks toward the outside. That's Ralph's Treasure now asked to close the gap. Miss Moneypenny battling Ralph's Treasure, and Ralph's Treasure now looks to snatch a very narrow lead over Miss Moneypenny. They're inside the final furlong, these two tied in a knot, and Miss Moneypenny goes on once again from Ralph's Treasure. Big Buzz now wound up on the outside, but it is Miss Moneypenny, the speedy sort, that holds the advantage. Miss Moneypenny comes away to win by almost 3. Big Buzz in a tight photo with on the far side, that's Thousand Treasures. In between them, Ralph's Treasure. So we're going back now to race 7 and have a look at the splits and final time. The split 23 by 48. The final time 5.5 furlongs, 108 and 1.
Race number 8, and the betting is all over the place here. So, but there are two that are taking more than the others, though. That's number 5, Heroin, currently at $4, and number 6, Green Gold Rush, currently at $2. But 3, Great Trick, $3, taking good money, as well as number 4, Don Pablo, currently at $4. So basically 3, 4, 5, and 6. These are the ones that are taking the bulk of the cash. I mean, similar scenario to how it is in the toad. In the toad, number 6 is a 3-2 favorite. That's Green Gold Rush. $2 here at the fixed odds winners, but between 3, 4, 5, and 6, those are the ones that are taking money. As you can see, they're all very close in price. 3, 4, 4, and $2 respectively. So it's not really clearly defined who the punters are going to. I mean, apart from the top two being 5 and 6, but I mean, betting really is all over the place, and it's still a little time to go. So, but as it is now, it is 5 Heroin and 6 Green Gold Rush that are the two best back runners at the fixed odds winners. But a little bit of time to go, so we'll follow the prices. So good luck for race number 8.
Horses take the track for the 8th. It's for 3-year-olds and up. It's an optional claiming event, 350,000 to 250,000. The distance 1400 meters or 7 furlongs. Number 1, Let Him Fly. Make the weight 51.5 or 114 pounds. 2, Silent Cat, 53 or 117. 3, Great Trick, 51.5 or 114. 5, Heroin, 51 or 112. 7, Dancing in the Breeze, 55 or 121. 8, K-Boy, 53 or 117. Double event, Exacta, Quinella, Trifecta, Superfecta. This is where the late triple begins. And the late triple is heading for 600,000. Hurry, put your wagers on.
Gets the job done in race number 7, the top selection. Robert Hardwell Hallin riding for Gis Costa. And after that, Clinker last time out 6 by 18.5 lengths behind Danka. Which I expected that Danka would have gotten the better of Miss Moneypenny once again. Danka sent out the favorite. However, told you about that XOXO pattern. I hope you're learning. Told you about the substitution effect earlier. And the XOXO pattern here with Miss Moneypenny. Through Clinker last time out 6 by 18 and 2 starts back, 2nd by 7.5 lengths behind the impressive looking phenomenal power. And 3 starts back 8 by 22.5 lengths. So the pattern suggested that today would have been a capital effort. And that capital effort was forthcoming. And she gets the job done. Getting the better of the late running Big Buzz. That was the substitution horse after the scratch of Balmore, so the substitution effect almost worked there. The pace scenario was in favor of Big Buzz, but Miss Moneypenny found extra in deep stretch. 9 ticket count on the catch 9, down to 1. 570,000 plus in that net pool. 438 tickets are still going on the mandatory payout, early 5-star, and this is a cash out like the upcoming 8th event. And the 206 now down to 716 live tickets and 12.6 million in the net pool there. Late triple begins here. Minimum guarantee pay at 400,000. We have already 650,000 wagered. Let's take a look. Top choice goes to number 6, Green Gold Rush, claimed for 500,000 on the 1st of March, back on a quick turnaround. 2 weeks later, and he steps down from 500,000 to 350,000. Tevin Foster picks up the mount for Adrian Prince. Green Gold Rush, certainly the class of the lineup, and he's your 6-5 favorite. Appears to have found a tame bunch. Number 3, Great Trick. This one continues to run fairly well without winning. Looks well presented. Shaheem Gordon, he's in form. Hot apprentice Shaheem Gordon rides from Marlon Pusey. And a Great Trick. This one should definitely go well in this spot. Number 8 is K-Boy. Also looks quite comfortably among these. Champion apprentice Demar Williams rides for trainer Ray Phillips. Tongue tie fitted. Look for K-Boy to run a pleasing race here as well. And number 1 is Let Him Fly. Left us with winning form. August last year, claimed for 350,000 on the 1st of August, but has not returned to the races since. Just returning, has actually been intended to run earlier. That was on 28th of February, injured and a non-starter. And he's back here now, Roman Appear riding for trader Paul, Accountant General Hilton, and Let Him Fly. Once he can bounce back to that good form of August and June last year, he can definitely have a say here. But that's going to be a very big if. Clearly has had setbacks since being claimed. Make it 6-3-8-1. My order of preference for race number 8. Green Gold Rush over Great Trick, K-Boy, and Let Him Fly. Final triple, 650,000 and climbing. Get your bets on and best of fortune.
So they've closed up the front of the gate for the loading process race number 8. The late triple starts here, nearly $1 million in your late triple pool. Not much time to wager though, as the front of the gates are closed. So the loading up will start any moment now. So get your wagers on, as you're running out of wagering time for sure.
Your attention, please. Your attention, please, in today's 10th race. Number 9, Bugatti. Now the mount of Nicardo Carr. Nicardo Carr rides 9 Bugatti, race 10. Runners getting ready to load. Get your wagers on.
So the loading up has started. Green Gold Rush in at 6. Let Him Fly in at 1. Silent Cat, gate 2. Late triple, scooting past a million. Don Pablo in at 4. Oh, Green Gold Rush, lashing out at the starters, assistants. Dancing in the Breeze heads to gate 7. Dancing in the Breeze is in. Heroin, gate 5. Not yet in. K-Boy, slotted into 8. Heroin in at 5. Green Gold Rush has settled down in gate 6. Rider not yet seated as we wait on Great Trick to complete the line. 7 furlong the trip. Great Trick ditching the rider. He's okay. Standing on his feet. So that's the one we wait on. Great Trick. Different tactics being employed. They've opened the front of the gate for Great Trick to load. Late triple heading to 1.1 million. Great Trick brought to gate number 3. Great Trick is in. Shaheem Gordon looks for a 3-timer. Great Trick is in. All set for a start. 7 furlong the trip. Ready for the late triple. Often Racing, that's a good line. As a Great Trick wants that lead, but Heroin rushes through and going past E6. Heroin has that lead on the inside. That's Great Trick. Don Pablo in between horses out wide. That's Dancing in the Breeze. Then comes Let Him Fly. Just behind them on the outside going down, that's Green Gold Rush. Then comes K-Boy. And at the back of the field, that's Silent Cat. They go past the 5, and it's Heron tearing away on that lead. About 3 lengths in front of Don Pablo. Racing back there in second on the inside and improving. That's great a trick on just on the outside. That's Dancing in the Breeze. Then a 4-length gap before we come to K-Boy racing alongside Green Gold Rush. Then comes a Let Him Fly, and still at the back of the field, a Silent Cat. They go past T3, and it is Harrowing now, increasing the lead about 4 or 5 lengths in front of Great Trick, toiling into second. Right there against the rail, that's Don Pablo. Still there, Dancing in the Breeze, improving on the outside. That's K-Boy there at the top of the lane, and Harrowing telling this field, Tata coming to the furlong on a half pole with a good-looking lead. Still chasing there into second. That's Great Trick. Heroin coming running off a true line, but still has a good cushion coming to the furlong pole. Great Trick still there fighting on. K-Boy is also there running on late. That's Green Gold Rush, but Harrowing has flown the coop, and they're clearly battling for second. Harrowing pulling away from them, and Harrowing and Richie Shakes winning this one at ease. Green Gold Rush looks to be second. Then comes a K-Boy against the rail. Back in fourth. That's Great Trick.
We have claims, we have claims. Number 3, Great Trick. 5 submitted, 1 void. Stephen Todd for Akeem Mahadiao. Stephen Todd claims Great Trick for Akeem Mahadiao. 1 claim submitted for number 4, Don Pablo, Dale Murphy for himself. Dale Murphy claims Don Pablo for himself. 2 submitted for number 5, Heroin, Stedman Curtis for Boss Baby. Stedman Curtis claims Heroin for Boss Baby. 5 submitted for number 6, Green Gold Rush. Norman Smith for Ashley Mitchell. Norman Smith claims Green Gold Rush for owner Ashley Mitchell.
Coming back to the winners enclosure, the unofficial winner of race number 8, number 5 Heroin, a 7-year-old chestnut mare by Soul Warrior, Rock Away by Hale Horfin, bred Everglades Farms Limited, owned and trained Norman Smith, the winning rider, Richie Shakes, to groom Kashif Kelly, second, number 6 Green Gold Rush, third number 8 K Boy, and fourth number 3 Great Trick. Final time for 7 furlongs, 130 and a 3. Often Racing, that's a good line. As a great trick wants that lead, but Heroin rushes through and going past E6. Heroin has that lead on the inside. That's great trick. Don Pablo in between horses out wide. That's Dancing in the Breeze. Then comes Let Him Fly. Just behind them on the outside going down, that's Green Gold Rush. Then comes K-Boy. And at the back of the field, that's Silent Cat. They go past the 5, and it's Heroin tearing away on that lead. About 3 lengths in front of Don Pablo, racing back there in second on the inside and improving. That's great a trick on just on the outside. That's Dancing in the Breeze. Then a 4 length gap before we come to K-Boy racing alongside Green Gold Rush. Then comes a Let Him Fly and still at the back of the field a Silent Cat. They go past T3 and it is Harrowing now increasing the lead about 4 or 5 lengths in front of Great Trick toiling into second. Right there against the rail, that's Don Pablo. Still there Dancing in the Breeze, improving on the outside. That's K-Boy there at the top of the lane and Harrowing telling this field. Tata coming to the furlong and a half pole with a good looking lead. Still chasing there into second. That's Great Trick. Heroin coming running off a true line but still has a good cushion coming to the furlong pole. Great Trick still there fighting on. K-Boy is also there running on late. That's Green Gold Rush, but Harrowing has flown the coop and they're clearly battling for second. Harrowing pulling away from them at Harrowing and Richie Shakes winning this one at ease. Green Gold Rush looks to be second. Then comes a K-Boy against the rail back in fourth. That's Great Trick.
Result of the eighth now official. Horses to the barn. 5 Heroin. 8 K-Boy. 5 and 8 go to be tested. Splits 25, 49 1, 116 2. They raced 7 furlongs in 130 and 3, the margin 6.5 by 3/4. Attention, please. Tevin Foster down for the 10th event where he has a ride. Michael Marlowe, please go now to the storage room. So Tevin Foster down. Michael Marlowe, you need to find a replacement. Please go to the storage room. Horses take the track for the ninth. It's the Trevor Slicer Simpson OD Trophy. It's an overnight allowance for 3-year-olds and up. The distance 1,000 meters or 5 furlongs round. Number 4, Miniature Man, make the weight 54 kilos or 119 pounds. 5, She's That Girl, 54 or 119. Wagering on double event, this is the late double, exacta and trifecta. Double event on its way to 700,000. Get your wagers on.
It's now time for a feature race. It's the Trevor Slicer Simpson OD Trophy. And on our monitor right now is a photo of Trevor Slicer Simpson OD, more popularly known as Sliced Bread. And he is a 5-time champion jockey at Caymanas Park, won the Jockeys Championship in 1989, 1992, 2002, 2003, and 2004. And held the single season record of 172 wins in 2002. And he's a recipient of the Nonsuch Award in 2002 as well, and he has 1,509 career wins in Jamaica up to March 2026, and he has 590 career wins in North America, up to 2026 as well. And Trevor Simpson OD actually rode at Aqueduct earlier today. So he is quite active. He's a living legend. And we honor Trevor Simpson OD here with the Trevor Simpson OD Trophy upcoming in the ninth event. Mile upset winner, Heroin in race number 8 at 5-1, which is 6 riding there for Trina Norman Smith. And that's another one of the price horses coming through on the Sunday card so far. Live ticket count on the Reggae 6. Now don't make that on the Twilight 6. Now down to 133 with 12.6 million plus in that net pool. And we appear to have no live tickets on the catch line. So you're into some big dividends right now, whatever happens for the last 2 legs on the Twilight 6. Let's take a look at the Trevor Slicer Simpson OD Trophy. A field of 7 going 1,000 meters round or 5 furlongs round. The purse is 1.25 million. Top selection goes to number 5. She's That Girl. 1 in Feinstein last time out, making all the running, going 5.5 furlongs. That was an overnight contest for horses who had not won an overnight race lifetime. Won by 5.5 lengths in 106.4, beating Cookie Day Night. And Huntsman has continued to look well at exercise on the 11th of March when 2 furlongs waiting 23.2. Tajay Sagu maintains the mount for trainer Stephen Todd and Own Black Brothers. Hiked from 48.5 kilos to 54 kilos, but She's That Girl appears to be up to the task, and she's a top selection at 3-5. Number 2, Huntsman. This one has Damar Williams riding as number 1, Bulletproof Coffee. I've been made to understand that one has bolted, so that one chances are won't be taking part. So Bulletproof Coffee has bolted, we're told, and that was my original second choice. So make a note of that. Number 2, Huntsman. This one continues to run well at the level, but Hardy gets his head in front. Let's see how close he'll get today. And with the absence of Bulletproof Coffee, that's going to make the assignment much easier for the speedy She's That Girl. I expected Bulletproof Coffee to be a part of the pace, and with Bulletproof Coffee not being around, it's going to make it all that easier for She's That Girl. So She's That Girl will have just about that easier an assignment. Number 6, Teflon Don, also capable if focused. He was a winner at overnight July last year, making all the one going 6 furlongs 115 flat, beating Cookie Day Night. Same Cookie Day Night that was runner up. So She's That Girl. So Teflon Don makes his seasonal debut working well. 5.5 furlongs is 108.4 by 102.4. Robert Haldane teams up with Jace DaCosta. What a win earlier with Miss Moneypenny. So they're looking for another win on the card. And Teflon Don is a strong second choice to the betting at 8-5. Going for number 5. She's That Girl in the Trevor Slicer Simpson OD Trophy. To get the better of number 2, Huntsman, then 6, Teflon Don. And of the others, Miniature Man number 4 could be the one to complete the frame. Late double begins here in the 9th. Thank you very much, producer. So that's 5, 2, 6, and 4. She's That Girl over Huntsman, Teflon Don, and Miniature Man. Late double kicks off right here in race number 9. Best of luck.
Your attention, please. In the 8th event, we have void claims to announce. Number 3, Great Trick. That claim now void. 5, Heroin. That claim void. So Bulletproof Coffee through the rider, broke through the rail, and has gone down to the 9 furlong point. We await an announcement as to whether Bulletproof Coffee will start or not. But in the meantime, get your wagers on. Double event surpassing $1 million. Number one, Bulletproof Coffee, injured. Scratch. Scratch number one, Bulletproof Coffee. Bulletproof Coffee, injured. Horse is now loading. Horse is loading. First one in Huntsman. Followed by Strike Smart into 3. Unruly Dawn will load at 7. Horse is loading quickly. If you haven't wagered, you need to run. Miniature Man now coming into 4. Abigail Abel. She's That Girl, the favorite loads. And we wait on the final runner, Teflon Don and Robert Alladine. This is the Trevor Slicer Simpson OD Trophy. Teflon Don going in, field in 9. 5 furlongs round, a quick dash. Starter ready. They're off. Unruly Dawn came off a beat slowly and left at the back with a lot of catching up to do. She's That Girl, as expected, grabs an early lead. Strike Smart and the Yellow Silks racing next in second as they go flashing past the half mile. There goes Unruly Dawn now, moving by horses and going in pursuit of the fleet-footed leader, She's That Girl. They're separated by 2.5 to 3 lengths. A break of maybe 5 or 6 as they leave the 3 to Miniature Man being pushed out. Strike Smart and Huntsman race as a team, and Unruly Dawn left out, sped at the back. They're coming into the top of the lane. She's That Girl continues to dictate terms up front. She has all the speed as they arrive at the final 3:16. Teflon Don best of the rest, but needs to make up a lot of ground to catch the fleet-footed She's That Girl inside the final furlong. Tajay Suku and She's That Girl opening up a huge gap. A 16th to catch her. It's going to be impossible. They'll never stop. She's That Girl. She has decimated the field and wins the Trevor Slicer Simpson OD Trophy with ease. Maybe by double digits close between Teflon Don and stablemate Miniature Man. Unruly Dawn is 4th.
In the winners enclosure, the unofficial winner of race number 9, the Trevor Slicer Simpson OD Trophy. Number 5, She's That Girl, 5-year-old chestnut mare by Sensational Slam. Palace Gold by Traditional. Bred Wilbert Bagwandine. Owned Black Brothers. Trained is Stephen Todd, the winning rider. Tajay Suku. The groom Romain Marshall. Second, number 6, Teflon Don. Third, number 4, Miniature Man. And fourth, number 7, Unruly Don. Final time for 5 furlongs round. Zippy 59 and 4.
They're off. Unruly Don came off a beat slowly and left at the back with a lot of catching up to do. She's That Girl, as expected, grabs an early lead. Strike Smart and the Yellow Silks racing next in second as they go flashing past the half mile. There goes Unruly Don now, moving by horses and going in pursuit of the fleet-footed leader, She's That Girl. They're separated by 2.5 to 3 lengths. A break of maybe 5 or 6 as they leave the 3 to Miniature Man being pushed out. Strike Smart and Huntsman race as a team, and Unruly Don left out, sped at the back. They're coming into the top of the lane. She's That Girl continues to dictate terms up front. She has all the speed as they arrive at the final 3:16. Teflon Don best of the rest, but needs to make up a lot of ground to catch the fleet-footed She's That Girl inside the final furlong. Tajay Suku and She's That Girl opening up a huge gap. A 16th to catch her. It's going to be impossible. They'll never stop. She's That Girl. She's decimated the field and wins the Trevor Slicer Simpson OD Trophy with ease. Maybe by double digits close between Teflon Don and stablemate Miniature Man. Unruly Don is fourth.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention called to the winner's enclosure for the presentation of the Trevor Slicer Simpson OD Trophy. Making the presentation, Gail Thompson, and she makes it to Leo Black. Also in the presentation party, Kenisha Rutherford, Brian Brown, Rowan McNally, Horace Richards, and Levi Jones. Also in the presentation party, the winning trainer, Stephen Todd. Congratulations to the winning connections, race number 9, the Trevor Slicer Simpson OD Trophy.
event coming up. Number 2, Loyal Action. Now the mount of Tajay Suku. Tajay Suku rides to Loyal Action in the 10th.
And we're at the 10th and final. So at the Fixers winners, where this race is concerned, it's just a two-horse betting race. Number 1, Bold Move, currently at 2.45, and number 3, First Offense, currently at $2. So although number 1 is a lower price one in the toad, at the Fixers winners, number 3, First Offense, is the one that is more fancied of the two here. But lots of time to go. But and punters, you can also note that there are a lot of value to be found in the place price. There's a lot of good horse. If you can find a horse to run within the top 3, you can get a good value on a place bet here. So you're not if you can't decide between the 1 and the 3 or any, by any way finding the winner, you can always try a horse to place. Some good value all around. So head to Fixers winners. Have yourself a bet for race number 10. Good luck, and we'll see you next week.
In this, the 10th event, scratch number 8, Rusty, injured. In this, the 10th event, scratch number 8, Rusty is injured. Scratch 8, Rusty, injured. Horses take the track for the 10th. It's for 3-year-olds and up. It's an optional claiming event, 500,000 to 400,000 the tag. Also native bred 6-year-olds and up, non-winners of 4. This is Division 2. The distance 1100 meters or 5.5 furlongs. Number 2, Loyal Action, 54.5 or 120, make the rider Tajay Suku. 3, First Offense, 55 or 121. 5, Ahmed Ali, 55 or 121. 6, Salud, 53.5 or 118. 7, Yorkist, 51.5 or 114. Scratch 8, Rusty Injured. 9, Bugatti goes with 56.5 or 125 pounds. Nicardo Car rides. 10, Conundrum, 53 or 117. Wagering on Exacta, Quinella Trifecta, Superfecta, High 5. Get your wagers on. High 5 on its way to 300,000.
The Trevor Simpson OD Trophy goes to the favorite She's That Girl. Gateway performance. Teresa Koo riding there for Stephen Todd and owner Black Brothers. She's That Girl scores back-to-back wins. And she is indeed a fine sprinter in the making. That's her 6th win from 12 career starts. So she's clocking at 50% strike rate. Well done. She's That Girl. 127 tickets are going on the Twilight 6, 12.6 million plus internet pool. And we are on to the 10th and final. It's the cash out leg of the Twilight 6 and all those other exotics such as your Catch 9, Strike 4, Late 5 Star, Late Triple, Late Double. Race number 10, a field of 11 declared. Scratch number 8, Rusty. Let's take a look. Top selection goes to number 1. The Downing class Bold Move steps down from $1 million down to 500,000 for the Partridge rider of Philip Elliott and owner the Roughneck. Fought by 2.5 lengths at the middle level, going 5 straight behind Emperor of the Cats, Fly Blue Jet, and Sash On. A rebuttal of that type of run. We'll see Bold Move being hard to deny, and he's your 7-5 favorite. Number 3, First Offense. Very comfortable here. Raced at the middle level on the 26th of December. Was claimed after being 5th by 2 lengths there behind Generational Rejected Raja and 1,000 Treasures. Stepped down to 500,000 just a few days later on the 1st of January and went off the 4-5 favorite, only able to muster 3rd by 4 lengths behind Tap It Good and Papa Gray. Reports of the claim Races without attack, the waiver claim option engaged, so the connections have at least two chances to get the job done at first offense, and first offense is better than 500,000 claimers on his best day. So he's in a spot where he can definitely get the job done. Jamar Jackson, more popularly known as Back Juice, right for Order Trainer Carl Anderson. This one looks well. Your 5-2 second choice in the wagering. Number 10 is Conundrum, consistent performer at the level. Actually reached at 500,000 at NAS. Prior to that was competing at 700,000 for most of the start. So his usual honest effort to see him in the thick of things throughout. Rashawn Lewis rides for Winchester McIntosh, and he is also looking quite well at 5-1. And number 2 is Loyal Action. This one, 5th by 6 3/4 last time out behind Burning Valor. And he rose first off the claim. Waiver claim option engaged by the connections New Limited, Michael Marlowe, and Loyal Action. He looks to have a fair effort in store. My charge, number 7, Yorkist. Like the way he was calm today. Last time in saddling, he was a little bit fractious and hyperactive. So he appears to be in good mood today. And he has the informal apprentice, Shaheem Gordon, aboard. And he has had 4 wins between yesterday and today so far. And Yorkist comes in for good support at 8-1. Yorkist has speed. Not very resolute for the most part, but he has some amount of speed. And I'll be pleased to see him in front. It's a matter of how long he can last out on that lead. Make it 1-3-10-2 in the 10th and final. Bold move, first offense, Conundrum, Loyal Action.
Runners arriving at the post for the 10th and final. High five wagering offer there. The high five pool, a very nice one, approaching 400,000. High five pool, approaching 400,000. We normally get a very big high five, so we're on our way to a massive one as per usual. High five pool approaching 400,000. Get your bets on. Closing up the front of the gate for the loading process, the high five approaching $500,000. High five closing in on 500,000. as the loading up about to start. Got a 6-5 favorite, horse number 1, Bold Move. From the barn of Philip Elliott, a rider, the bustling Phil Parchment. That's the 6-5 favorite. Then you get 3-1 on number 3, First Offense. That's the second choice. So the high five closing in on a half a million as they try with Ahmed Ali, gate number 5. Rider comes down from Ahmed Ali as Roger Laho. Ahmed Ali goes in. Horses loading. Loading for the 10th and final. Loyal Action comes to gate 2. 7-1 on Loyal Action. First Offense now at 5-2. Heads to gate number 3. First Offense is in. She's adorable. Gate 4. Goes in. Rider comes down from Salad. They've opened gate number 6. That's Javanil Patterson. So Salad is in. Bold Move. Gate number 1. Bold Move is in. 7-5 on Bold Move. Yorkist goes in at 7. Currently at 8-1 in the betting. Quietly Fancied. Yorkist. Bugatti. Gate number 9. So just 2 to be loaded. Conundrum, gate 10. And Jack Daniel to complete your line. 5.5 furlong the trip. Conundrum goes in. We wait on Jack Daniel. Jack Daniel goes in. And now we're ready. Ready for a start. They're off and racing. Missing the break, that's Conundrum and the Bugatti. Going through for that lead, that's Yorkist sent through for that lead. Yorkist in front, tearing away by about 4 or 5 lengths in front of Bold Move. Then comes the First Offense. She's adorable, right against the rail. That's a Loyal Action. Going down into it, that's Jack Daniel. Then comes on the outside, that's Salud, just on the rail. That is Ahmed Ali, out wide of Ahmed Ali. That's Conundrum, and left at the back of the field, that's Bugatti. But this Yorkis, not messing around, kicks away by about 6 or 7 lengths. Chasing, that's Bold Move, first offense, and she's adorable. Yorkis in front, coming with just about a furlong and a half to go. Looks to be tiring. It's still Yorkis in front, but here comes first offense coming down the middle of the racetrack with purpose. Also there, that's Bold Move, and now hitting the front, it's first offense in front and first offense in front. But here comes on the outside and coming on, that's She's Adorable. Conundrum also coming, but first offense is, looks has the first run on the first offense. Goes on to beat She's Adorable. Conundrum back in third. Then comes Salud. And maybe in fifth could be either Bold Move or Jack Daniel.
We have a claim, we have a claim. Number one, Bold Move. 4 claims submitted. Edward Stanbury for X3M Racing. Edward Stanbury claims one Bold Move for X3M Racing. And right away, there's a George's inquiry. They're looking at the start. Please hold all tickets. George's inquiry.
And the winners enclosure, the unofficial winner of race number 10, number 3, first offense. 5-year-old bay horse by Conquest Sherry Mash. Official report by Burning Mark. Bred Paul Williams. Owned and trained Carl Anderson. Winning rider Jamar Jackson, the groom Cleston Garib. Second, number 4, She's Adorable. Third, number 10, Conundrum. Fourth, number 6, Salud. And fifth, number 1, Bold Move. Final time for 5.5 furlongs, 110 and 4. Please note, Stu's inquiry, hold all tickets. Stu's inquiry. They're often racing. Missing the break, that's Conundrum and the Bugatti. Going through for that lead, that's Yorkis sent through for that lead. Yorkis in front, tearing away by about 4 or 5 lengths in front of Bold Move. Then comes the first offense. She's adorable, right against the rail. That's a loyal action. Going down into it, that's Jack Daniel. Then comes on the outside, that's Salud, just on the rail. That is Ahmad Ali, out wide of Ahmad Ali. That's Conundrum, and left at the back of the field, that's Bugatti. But this Yorkis, not messing around, kicks away by about 6 or 7 lengths. Chasing, that's Bold Move, first offense, and she's adorable. Yorkis in front, coming with just about a furlong and a half to go. Looks to be tiring. It's still Yorkis in front, but here comes first offense coming down the middle of the racetrack with purpose. Also there, that's Bold Move, and now hitting the front, it's first offense in front and first offense in front, but here comes on the outside and coming on, that's she's adorable. Conundrum also coming, but first offense looks has the first run on the first offense, goes on to beat she's adorable. Conundrum back in third, then comes Salud, and maybe in fifth could be either Bold Move or Jack Daniel.
Result of the 10th official. Horses to the barn. 3, first offense. 10, Conundrum. 3 and 10, both go to be tested. Splits 23-3, 49-3. Final time. 5.5 furlongs, 110.4. The margins 1 1/4 by 2. That's it on the local part of the show. Simulcast racing running tonight. Stand by for your recap. You will have it from Michael Kane when ready.
20 races in the history books over the weekend, 10 yesterday and 10 today. And it was indeed a lot of fun, excitement, and some great dividends towards the back end as well. Congrats to our big winners today. We had Reg 6 payout over $1 million, and we had also a good payout in the Twilight 6 there over 100,000. So a big day for Reg 6 and Twilight 6 players. A big day as well for Shaheem Gordon. He had a double, so he started show in the Jockeys Colony today. All other riders were singles, and in the trainer section, champion trainer Jason Acosta, he saddled 2 wins on the card. The feature, the Trevor Simpson OD Trophy, was race number 9. The penultimate, a field of 7. Went a distance of 1,000 meters round, and we had the very fast She's That Girl, Teresa Koo for Stephen Todd and Owen Black Brothers, going up against Teflon Don with Robert Haldane for Jason Acosta. Very late non-starter was number 1, Bulletproof Coffee. Let's take a look at the Trevor Simpson OD Trophy.
They're coming into the top of the lane. She's That Girl continues to dictate terms up front. She has all the speed as they arrive at the final 3:16. Teflon Don best of the rest, but needs to make up a lot of ground to catch the fleet-footed She's That Girl inside the final furlong. Tajay Suku and She's That Girl opening up a huge gap. A 16th to catch her. It's going to be impossible. They'll never stop. She's That Girl. She's decimated the field and wins the Trevor Slicer Simpson OD Trophy with ease. Maybe by double digits close between Teflon Don and stablemate Miniature Man. Unruly Don is 4th.
So that's a wide margin win for She's That Girl. And Tajay Saku did duties there for Stephen Todd. Back-to-back wins, so She's That Girl, and she appears to be vastly improved. That's going to be it from us here at Caymanas Park this weekend. We'll have more racing for you next week. And, of course, we're going to be having the Sir Howard Stakes as well as the Hotline Stakes. They're going to be the warm-ups for the start of the 2026 Classic season. I'm Arizal, Michael Kane on behalf of the production team and also on behalf of our promoters, Supreme Ventures Racing and Entertainment Limited. Have a productive weekend. See you on Saturday for more live for the racing.